nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. New drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Crack out of pop, even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off, shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga, young dog.
Like that. Politicians and Wall Street and all that stuff, they do have a big influence over New York, but nobody's as influential as the landlords. People own these buildings, they are gods. They tell you when you can live, they tell you when you can breathe, they tell you where you can pee. I mean, they run, and New York is a conglomerate of properties.
Big buildings, yeah.
And they got power. They control Wall Street. They really are gods. And then developers come in, they got plenty of money, they got the banks, then they buy the politicians, they get the land, they do what they want to do.
All these rent control laws, all benefit the landlords.
Montgomery talking about he gonna freeze rent. He better watch himself.
Me, John Gard, and Pastor Manning, and it was about a year or so ago. He was speaking about Montgomery better watch himself with the rent increases, and well, he got them, and that was pre-Montgomery. I think it was pre-Montgomery getting elected. So Pastor Manning, we're gonna see how it all works out for Montgomery. Anyway, so yesterday we had Johnny Boy in the audience, and he was telling us a story how he had just come out of what did he come out of? Salvation Army. And how I can't help but think that, damn, it almost sounds like a scam, like they're using this guy. So I figured we're going to see if maybe I can achieve a little bit better results than the Salvation Army and see how that all works out. I'll try to give him a little bit of purpose, keep him busy so his mind is not as idle, give him some tasks to do. The problem for someone like him is that he's not he has some learning deficiencies, so that's going to be a challenge. One of the things, a very attention deficit type of disorder. So every day I'm going to try to give him some things to do to keep him from indulging in the activities that may have wrecked him earlier. I mean, I don't think he's necessarily an alcoholic. I just think the boredom and lack of a woman, stuff like that. So this is day one, and we'll see how that goes. See if I can be more successful than the Salvation Army. A lot of people think that they've asked me, they're like, how long do you think it's going to last? Not a lot of people are very, they don't have a high opinion that he's going to last very long. So he has a lot of people betting against him, and he probably doesn't have a lot of belief in himself either. And so we'll see how it goes. For those of you that saw this stream yesterday, I call it scheme, about the Salvation Army, that opened my eyes. I did not know Salvation Army was that way. Don't let John found a new rabbit. Yeah, here's the thing, like the Salvation Army, when I was growing up, probably was an organization for noble causes, starting with noble causes. And I think that maybe it is now kind of morphed into, more eye on the profit. There are some political things that he talked about yesterday. It's a safe haven, so the illegal immigrants can find safe haven in the Salvation Army. Dolomite says it's a two-way scam. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. And I'm guessing one side of the scam is they have these people, they're more or less working for free, and then they're getting all this free stuff and they're selling it. That seems to be part of it. Another interesting part is, I offered him this opportunity before he chose the Salvation Army. What does that mean? To me, it says that, that a lot of Black people, they're looking for external help. And in today's time, it's probably not going to come. To be honest with you, you got some agency out here saying we help people get jobs. Best for to what end? To what benefit? I just don't think that makes sense anymore. And I think that, for someone like him and many other people, they need someone like me to give them a helping hand within their community. If I lived in the suburbs, I'd have nothing for him. And that would be an issue. I'm always live. I was live yesterday. But yeah, so that would be an issue for him. But with me in the ghetto and having the ability to house him for free, and not in my house, so I don't have to be inconvenienced by, having him too close around me or around me all the time. So we're going to see how it works. And, I hope it works out because, he really needs stable housing. And the backstory is that the backstory is, and I think we got into it yesterday. This is going to be a short stream. He used to live across the street from me. And when I first moved to DC, I bought a house that was across the street from him. And, I didn't really engage too much with the family. But the young boy, he was hardworking, always asking me for work. And I think he said he was 11 years old at that time. And he didn't have much in the way of parents. So he could just leave with me and, I'd take him out and he'd go cutting grass and stuff like that with me. And so he kind of grew up with me. So, it's an element of respect there. And so you've seen his brother also in the studio. So anyway, the interesting part of it is that there was a Hispanic family. We talked about this yesterday. They lived next door to him. They were not on Section 8. They worked. And it was about 7 of them. He mentioned them yesterday as well. And they're still there. They're still in the house. His mother, with Section 8, you age out of it. Your children get old enough where they can get their own voucher. And that's what his sister did. And so they end up having to move to the Southeast. His mother later died. And in these communities like this, where the Section 8 voucher is really the only thing holding them all together. That's more or less the home house where when they break up with their girlfriends or boyfriends, they can always come back there. So once she died and there was no more Section 8 voucher, they all kind of scattered in the wind. And he's one of the ones that's scattering. One of the boys is scattering in the wind. I think the daughter found her a husband of some sort. So anyway, so this is going to be interesting to see how it all works out. Yesterday, I haven't heard from him. I don't know if he has my number, but yesterday he lost his phone, he had lost his phone a prior day or so. He's riding the bus. Riding the bus to stay, just to stay out off the street, and someone stole his phone. Oh, it was a train. Riding the train, someone stole his phone. So, these are the struggles of the poor lower class. You've heard other calls with the similar type of complaints or concerns. Hey, I don't have a phone. I don't have this. I lost my phone. I don't have my EBT card. And so it's almost like they're starting their lives over when you have to go back and get a driver's license, your EBT card, and all this type of stuff. So this is what the poor go through, and we're kind of chronicle it here. And if it works, then, if it's somewhat successful, then, I think it'll prove my point that there are more people that are necessary. That, it would be a good thing if there were more people like me to help the underclass of Blacks, because I don't think he's able to work anywhere. So if there is any hope for these people, it's gonna take people like me being willing to provide them minimal housing, some work to make them feel whole, and maybe he gets on his feet, maybe he lives there forever. Who knows? But that's what we're looking at there. So anyway, I'll take a look at the comments. I'm going to be about 30 minutes today, and I'll outline it. Well, I guess I'll talk to you guys what I'm going to have him do. So I'm going to have him clean up the basement. Today, I'll have him clean up the basement. I'll have him, what else did I have him do? And then I think I'm going to have him just do some lawn work today. Clean up the basement, do some lawn work, keep him close around the house. Hopefully he can get a phone today. Shout out to Herman, by the way. I gave him the money to go get his phone yesterday. So hopefully he picks up the phone, get started with his life. He was telling me he has to go back to the Salvation Army to get his things. So he just left out of Salvation Army and more or less left everything behind. So he has a couple of days before they throw his things away. And what's interesting, he said they gave him some Air Jordans. So he has about 7 pair of Air Jordans. Interesting enough. Anyway, so that's part of that. That's what we'll be doing today. And while we're here, I'll look at the chat. Malteser here. Who is this in the audience? Man, you know, I've heard it all. I've heard it all, bro. Luckily, I got a fucking beard to sit through this here. You know, the shape of my head has never bothered me, man. It's never hindered me. So, not a problem. I guess you're new to the audience. I don't think I've ever seen you in the chat before. Finally, a normal YouTube live broadcast. Since I'm only going to be here for a short time, I dropped a link. Anyone want to comment on Johnny Boy and his journey? This is day one of Johnny Boy's journey. We're going to see how it works out with me. He's a homeless guy. He's illiterate, but he is a hard worker. He doesn't shy from working. If he had been around when I had all those piss bottles, I can feel pretty sure that he wouldn't have flinched and jumped right in to get those piss bottles. He has the mentality toward working like the Hispanics. And this is very, very difficult to find in the ghetto. I mean, I've shown you that. I went around the ghetto looking for someone that, would be willing to clean up piss bottles. No one would be willing to do it. I had to go get the Hispanics. Now I got Johnny Boy. We've cleaned up a lot worse than piss bottles. I'm sure he wouldn't have had a problem doing that. So if he hangs around, he can be quite of a benefit to me, doing a lot of things that I'm doing around here that, a helping hand. It'd be a proper trade-off. So I'm really hoping it works out, to be honest with you. Any other questions? A buddy of mine called me last night, and we're going to be covering this over the next couple of weeks. Has anyone heard about Hakeem Jeffries? Hakeem Jeffries. Yeah, I'm going to put this up on the screen. And I'm not necessarily going to be talking about Hakeem Jeffries as much, but I will talk about this over here. This is what we're going to be talking about in the coming week. This is what we're going to be talking about in the coming weeks here. There's a lady named Darializa Avila Chevalier. She's dating Mondami's top lawyer. The political power couple met 7 years ago while organizing to free people from ICE detention. Am I showing the right screen? Yeah, okay. I'm sharing the right screen. So she just won an election. She beat out I think it's a Dominican guy I think he's from the Bronx, if I'm not mistaken. But he's elected to Congress. Apparently she's never worked. And so here's a tweet from April Silverman. New York Democrats just unseated the chair of the House Hispanic Caucus for a DEI woman who says she wants to use the American flag as a napkin. She's an unemployed 32-year-old on her way to Congress, who was recently rioting with pro-Hamas activist Mahmoud Khalil. And here is a clip of her.
And I thought for myself why I hadn't taken the step yet. But
see if I can get this.
it was seeing how all of my friends who were showing up to organizing, who are Muslim, were showing up in a space, and the grace and love and passion that they had in these spaces of social justice, that really pushed me to join the faith, and wanting to make sure that we are reflecting that I'm reflecting that in every space that I'm in, and that, you know, inshallah, if we make it to Congress, that we're reflecting that in the halls of power as well. I know that we all deserve a representation. I know that we all.
That's her. This is a good question on the screen. It's a very good question, actually. If he has a similar work ethic to Hispanics, will stop him from holding a job or trade. Yesterday, I wanted to point out that he mentioned that he has a learning disability. I want to say partially dyslexic, not to say he was going to be the smartest person anyway, but he has a learning disability. So I think that prevents him. Yesterday, we was talking about he once worked at Whole Foods. And Whole Foods, you're not allowed to contaminate organic with non-organic products. They throw it all out. So he's working there, had a job. He's willing to go to work, but performing those duties, he was causing them to have to waste product or throw out product that he contaminated. He can't read. He sees the shit backwards or something. I'm not quite sure. So it's very, very difficult for him to maintain gainful employment in the mainstream market. His longest job that he had was at a ghetto apartment building. I'll see if I can show it to you, where he's basically doing ghetto maintenance at a section of the apartment building. And I'll see if I can show it to you. And so here's a map. So I gotta zoom in a little bit. Where is it? Right. Where is it? So, give me 1 second. It's been like right in here. Yeah. So he's once working in a ghetto apartment building, like right here. Street view. Yeah, he used to work right here. You can see this building. And so this is a low slum Section 8 housing built by DC government. And so he worked here about 3 years. And, part of the thing is, the standards are very, I'm not even showing it. Part of the thing is the standards are very low. It's Section 8 people. Hey, come change my light bulb. Hey, come change my filter. Cut the grass. These things are, fairly easy for him to do. So he was able to work here for about 3 years, but I think the contract, another group won out the contract, and that was his displacement. And he has not had a stable job since then. And again, I point this out because, again, this is in the ghetto. He could not go work at an apartment building in Northwest DC. They would not allow it. But in the ghetto, there's someone that can find some work for him to do because so few people are willing to work. If you can't read and comprehend, the world looks different to a person that can instantly read prompts and full menus. Yeah, that is very true. Like, there's over the years, I'll say, hey, man, come to my house. And he'll get lost coming here. He's been here a million times. Or he'll go to the wrong damn house or something. So he has some serious learning disabilities that even though he's willing to work, there's only so far you can go working if you're making a lot of mistakes on the job. So that's his problem right there. So I hope that explains that. The underman, yeah, well, he doesn't have the, in fairness to him, he doesn't have the mindset of the underman. You heard me ask him yesterday, I said, what do you think about Carmelo Anthony? He said he's guilty. I said, why? He said he killed someone. Sounds reasonable to me. He's not one of these, hey, let's tear down civilization because I'm angry, I'm mad. He is an underman in a way, but not the dangerous underman looking to tear down things. The guy that tore up my microwave, that's the dangerous underman, the man out in the streets, inflicting violence on people because he's so angry. The underman that was in my house, interestingly enough, he didn't drink or smoke. Maybe he smoked, but he was very much about fitness, which makes him even more dangerous because he's physically able to harm someone. Anyway, so that is this lady here. So this lady, the reason why I find this interesting, and my buddy called me to tell me about this, is that she beat out this Hispanic caucus leader. His name is Espaillat or something like that. And now they're calling for Hakeem Jeffries' head. They say, and Hakeem Jeffries, he's a black guy. And they're saying, we want Hakeem Jeffries' head now. And so what you're seeing is that the Democrat Party is being taken over by very, very radical people. These are the people that, they started out with the rent freeze. Now they are electing people. This is very serious people. You can see some of the things she has on her. This is her defund the police. I forgot to get napkins, so I just wiped my hand on the American flag behind me. And this is her again. Oh, this is the same thing. And so these people, here's from the river to the sea. I have no nuance to add. F. Kamala Harris. Again, see, these people are much more radical than even the radical Democrats, and you're seeing that they're replacing them. And so she has replaced, who did she replace? She replaced Espaillat, who's the House Hispanic Caucus chair. And here's another clip of her.
Delegation, and you're going to appear in all sorts of people's ads, all sorts of Republicans' ads to say, this is what you're going to get if you vote for the Democrats, a communist.
I think that framing is one that I've been very proud to be able to say I don't respond to, one in which I have been very intentional to say I won't be reactive. We are presenting a vision of what we're fighting for. And I think for far too long, we have had politics that is reactive to what Republicans are doing.
I hate to pause the video, but you hear these words again. They're framing everything in terms of a fight. And these are the type of people that are willing to engage in the battle. The Hakeem Jeffries, the Espaillat, those type of people that are just trying to go along. These people are getting a lot more dangerous. Yeah, you can call it. These people are getting a lot more dangerous with their rhetoric. They're being led by people like Mondami and others, and they're gaining ground.
What we need is Democrats who are actually going to present a positive vision, one that sets the tone for what we should be talking about, which is the issue of affordability, which is the issue of how our budgets are moral documents. If we say that we want to invest in working people in this country, then we need to do that, and our budgets need to reflect that. If we say that we value immigration and immigration justice, we need to make sure that that is also reflective in our policy. And so I'm very proud of a campaign that we built that centers those ideals, that centers those values and that vision for what we need as a community. And that's how I'll continue to move forward in Congress. And I think that for far too long, this reactive conversation of what we should be afraid of has prevented us from being able to have a politics of hope and a politics of life that Democrats can actually identify with. When the majority of the Democratic base has been seeking for the
and that's her. And here's a little bit more about her here. I put the link in the chat. You want to join? Links in the chat. This is her. I think she's Haitian, or I think she has Dominican parents or something like that. One Dominican parent.
The United States The United States is a fucking disgrace.
That's correct. That's her. And there's more about her. So here's Hakeem Jeffries. Representative Espaillat. He's, again, a Dominican guy. I think he's from the Bronx. Don't quote me. Espaillat, Congressman, New York City. Adriano Espaillat is who she beat out. Adriano Espaillat. He represents the 13th Congressional District, first Dominican American to serve in the U.S. House of Rep. He reps Harlem, El Barrio, West Harlem, Hamilton Heights, Washington Heights. This is all like North Manhattan, Bronx area. So that's him. He's the first Hispanic. Did I not show you that? Here it is. He's the first Hispanic Congress member, first Dominican, serving the U.S. House of Reps, Washington Heights, El Barrio, blah, 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 blah. All right. So she beat him out. Their positions are some of the most extreme and far-left Democrats have seen. This is another woman that won and another man that won. I think his name is Brad Lander. I remember hearing his name in New York for a while now. Here, again, more about her. She's a founder of, I forget what the name of this organization. The organization's stated goal is eradication of Western civilization. Actually, this is Columbia University. I forget the AD. We are Westerners fighting for the total eradication of Western civilization. We seek community and instruction from militants in the global South. This is who New York City has elected. She beat out, a Hispanic guy who, he wasn't a great guy, but, relative to this, and he seemed like a conservative. Here's another clip of her.
World Cup is here. The first match this weekend at MetLife Stadium taking place in New Jersey, even though some people say it is technically New York. But what do you think will win it all? Who are you rooting for?
I like Mexico.
Next.
This is the guy she beat. He was leaning into Mexico, anything but the United States. She outflanked his ass. She said, well, I like Africa.
Mexico, there you go.
I'm rooting for Senegal.
Senegal, okay. World Cup is here. The first match this weekend at MetLife Stadium taking place in New Jersey, even though some people say it is technically New York. But what do you think will win it all? Who are you rooting for?
I like Mexico.
Mexico, there you go.
I mean, he really thought he was doing something.
Rooting for Senegal.
Senegal.
And she outflanked his ass. he really thought he was doing something. I'm rooting for Mexico, not the United States.
I'm also the only Muslim in my family. I
seriously?
reverted 3 years ago. Actually, the friend who pushed me to do it asked me, why have you fasted for 4 years and yet you haven't taken your shahada? She's here today. And when she asked me that, I thought, that is a great question. And I thought for myself, why I hadn't taken the step yet. But it was seeing how all of my friends who were showing up to organizing, who are Muslim, were showing up in the space, and the grace and love and passion that they had in these spaces of social justice, that really pushed me to join the faith. And
I would love to hear her have a discussion with the faith of Islam with Hafez. She joined a religion deeply rooted. I remember listening to Hafez one time. Hafez is a guy on CT's panel. And someone said, Hafez, were you taught to be Christian? Hafez was like, I was born, Muslim. He said, I was born that way. It's in my blood. My hundreds of thousands of years. And you listen to what this lady said, she just adopted a religion based upon some social justice things. These things may fade away. And probably her commitment to the religion will as well.
Organizing, who are Muslim, were showing up in the space, and the grace and love and passion that they had in these spaces of social justice, that really pushed me to join the faith. And wanting to make sure that we are reflecting that I'm reflecting that in every space that I'm in, and that, inshallah, we make it to Congress, that we're reflecting that in the halls of power.
Right. This is kind of like what the blacks do in prison. Most of these blacks aren't Muslim when they go to prison. They become Muslims in prison for safety reasons. What she just did is became a Muslim for political reasons. This is very interesting. What's happening in New York, that they're being overrun by people who are much more passionate about these issues, and they really want to change America. And here is a couple other tweets about her right here in this tweet, by the way. She says F12. 12 is the police. That's the defund the police mask she has on. And there are a couple more tweets that I had of her. Bookmarks here. Oh, yeah, we got to get into this Justice Thomas. We'll do that. Many of the new socialist candidates appear to be privileged kids who can afford to spend years soaking up woke, anti-American nonsense in woke colleges instead of working hard and making something of themselves in the real world. As I just told you, this lady doesn't work. This lady will likely also be someone that will be in line with rent freezes. Not having any grounding in the real world, never ran anything, much of anything. She doesn't know what she's voting for. These people have no practical experience, right? This is like Obama on steroids. He had no practical experience, kind of poo-pooed it. These people have none. But they coming in thinking that they know best on how to run in a big, complex country. This is going to be very interesting to watch these people play out. This is the underman asserting his position in America.
Now look at all of this, and I want to get your not only reaction to that, but what do you think it means in terms of the future of your party, Yemisi?
It feels like people who have never really had to work, and we know Malat hasn't had a very traditional job, and this is reflective of a lot of people that are in DSA. They have led very privileged lives where they've only had to sit and ponder about what hard work is and never had to actually do the hard work. And I think that's reflected in a lot of their ideology and a lot of their platform. It's not connected to the steps that take real policy wins to make happen. But I don't think that we should ignore them and think of it as something that only happens in very deep blue pockets. 5 years ago, I could have never imagined that these kind of candidates would be coming to Congress, and now they're here. And the job right now for a lot of people in the Democratic Party is to make sure that nationally, this is not something that becomes an identifier as the.
You know, this is all very crazy when you think about it. You know, I remember, I hear all these blacks all the time, diversity, diversity, diversity. And I think they really are trying to attack white people by diminishing white people. But now we're seeing that these other groups that are much more passionate, who are looking to destroy civilization, they have won up the moderates within the Democrat Party. And they're winning big. You can't deny what you're seeing. If any real estate investor is in the audience, tell me, if you're looking in New York right now and you say, damn, they done froze half the market. Are you looking to enter into that market? For the next 2 years at least, no real estate developer is even looking at that market unless he's looking at severely distressed assets. But why go into a market where these people feel like they are in an existential battle with the landlord? Doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. And this is the only business where people come and buy something and they stay. It's not like Walmart, where I can't put my shit behind bulletproof cages and serve you from a counter behind a bulletproof cage. I can't do that. These violent, some of these cases, many of these people are violent. They have to come into your homes. And now the government is saying rent to them for free, no rent increases. And the little amount that they won, again, these are the undermen, they're not winning big battles, $15, $20, $30, $50 a month they win. In the aggregate, it's a lot of money for the landlord. But they're fighting more of an ideological battle. This is not necessarily strictly about money, as they say they want to destroy civilization. And so this is what we're seeing. I dropped the link one more time. I got about 25 minutes here, guys. And anyone want to talk about Johnny Boy If you live in New York, you want to talk about what you're seeing in New York, you feel free to call in. Here's another clip.
I'm about the same age that my
This is in Denver, so the movement is spreading.
I'm about the same age that my dad was when he came to this country.
And now she's a senator, a congress member.
Betting on the promise, he chose Denver to be our home because he knew that this city would welcome us. And that same city just voted to send a 29-year-old recovering lawyer, barista, immigrant, Democratic Socialist to Congress.
Again, I'm telling you, you know, I think you're seeing a pattern here. You should be seeing a pattern. Right? Are you seeing it? I'll name some of the names. You tell me if it comes clearer to you. Look at this woman. Look at this woman. Where is she? Look at this woman, the woman we were just showing you. Her, right? Look at her. You know, I want you to think about people like AOC, Ilhan Omar, all these people. They're fairly attractive women. You would have to say that, right? They're not ugly. That woman there is not ugly. She's not ugly at all. She's not ugly. You can't say that about her. She's not an ugly woman. She's not a beauty queen, but she's not ugly. She's like a Kamala Harris type. And so what you're seeing is that this sells. Here in D.C., we elected a bull mayor. The women are able to sell this message, and there are a lot of women voters. But I think there's another element to them that they're boxing out the unattractive women. What about that bald head woman? What's going to happen to her? You don't think she's shaking in her boots? That bald head went up in Massachusetts. What was her name? Bald head senator. Bald head congresswoman. Massachusetts. I think she's Massachusetts. Ayanna Pressley. Yeah. What's going to happen to her when she comes up against one of these women like this? And this is Ayanna Pressley. If anyone remembers her, here's an image of Ayanna Pressley. Right. That versus that. This is going to win all night. This is the Democrat formula right here that is going to work better than Ayanna Pressley's. You're seeing this. On the black male side or the Hispanic male side, you're seeing both of them getting wiped out. They're coming for Hakeem Jeffries. He hasn't been wiped out yet, but they're coming for him. But they've already wiped out a Dominican Congress member. So this party is getting much more radical as they go along. This is what we're going to talk about this. This is there was a ruling recently on birthright citizenship. It's getting very interesting, and I have some thoughts about this. And my thoughts are somewhat based on Andre. What's his name? All right, what's up, man? I ain't got a lot of time. What's going on? What's up? You up here?
Oh, I ain't interrupt. You was cooking.
No. Go ahead, man. I was about to say that like this is a very interesting political environment shaping up, bro. Like we're seeing women-led socialists boxing out, let's just say, halfway sensible men. Espaillat was halfway sensible. He was a Dominican. Furthermore, he probably served a lot of the interests of the Dominican businessmen. Dominicans are big-time business owners in the Bronx, in Harlem and shit.
I wouldn't go that far.
Well, they are, bro. Bro.
They own businesses.
Bro, let me tell you.
To say big-time business owners, that's a stretch.
Bro, let me tell you. I was dating a lady up on Webster. I think it was Webster, you know, it's like off the D
He
train.
was in the trap.
Nigga, I stay in the trap. Way up off the D train, 200, like maybe it wasn't 200 yet. It was
I know where you at.
Bedford Park. It was Bedford Park. You know, D train or the
Bedford
4 train. I
Park
could get off at the
Boulevard.
4 train. Or I could get off on the 4 train and walk up, right? And the lady friend, she's a black woman. She said, John, she said, the Dominicans run this shit right here. What the fuck is a Dominican? I didn't even know what the hell a Dominican was. She like, everything you see moving around here, the dope, the bodegas, all that shit Dominican. I ain't know what the hell it is. I can't tell them different from Puerto Rican. And so then I used to go buy my weed up in 176.
In Amsterdam.
You know. And this shit blew my mind, bro. I'm gonna tell you no lie. And my lady used to take me. We'd be on the way to the Bronx, so we stop off at the weed spot. I go in the building. I pass by one weed dude. He be like, oh, you here for Willie? He ain't even trying to front run me. He ain't trying to sell me his dope. Cause the other dude ain't around. He be like, all right, he'll be back, man. Just wait on him. They already pushing packages. They moving weed and shit. They in the fucking hallway of one of these big ass rent subsidized buildings. You understand? One of these market stabilized. The mamas, the Tinas, and whoever the hell live in these buildings, they know what they doing. Don't even call the police. But it's peaceful. And I used to always hear my lady like, damn, how the fuck do they sell drugs and nobody just come in there and rob their ass? Why don't they front run each other and create conflict amongst each other? And
Well,
we're
it
able to
happens.
pull it off. It happens for sure. But they're able to pull it off, bro. You know,
think
and I
my-
saw it with my own eyes. You know what I mean?
I think my what do you call it? Statute of limitations is up. But nah, yeah, it goes down up there.
Yeah, man. Shit, hey, I was up there when they killed Junior. Remember Junior, the little boy?
Yeah, the kid that wanted to be a cop. The
Man, that was
Trinitarios.
savage. The Trinitarios, that's right. That was savage. And those are Dominicans, if I'm not mistaken.
That was sad. Yeah,
Man,
the
that was
Trinitarios are Dominican gang.
Yeah, they brought a lot of transportation up there, bro. Like,
No,
you
they
know, of course,
don't.
shit. Calling any kind of ride share in the Bronx. Damn, they're gonna be a Dominican, bro. Trust me.
Yeah, but that ain't really what runs transportation up there. You gotta think about the dollar vans, dollar cabs.
I don't really ride dollar vans and shit like that. I've done it before. But the dollar versus the Uber, you can try and get to the airport. It's probably gonna be a Dominican that takes you from the Bronx. Would you say this fair?
You know, I'm in Harlem. I take the M60.
I didn't know you lived in Harlem. I thought you lived in Chicago.
No, I'm from Harlem.
Man, yo, I gotta get to Harlem, bro. Every week, every Friday, I think maybe every Friday or every weekend from now until like July, end of July, something. They party on the bridge. I gotta get there, bro.
That's a new thing, yeah.
I gotta get there, bro. They got food vendors, everything, all up on the bridge in Harlem. I gotta get there, bro.
The
That shit-
gentrification did open some things up for black businesses and black promoters to do certain things that the city wouldn't allow us to do before. So that I think they call it summer. They call it Summer by the River or something like that under that bridge. I know exactly.
That shit hot, boy. That shit hot. Man, the different looks of it. That shit hot, bro. Man, you know what I want to talk to you, Willie, what I started the stream off about is if you were listening yesterday, you heard a young man who gave up a free place to live from me to go live in the. I'm sorry. Say what?
Go.
No, this is the truth. If you saw the channel yesterday, you would see that the young man who had been on the channel had offered him a place to live. He chose to go live in Salvation Army because they hung out hope for getting him a job and an apartment. In reality, even if they gave him a job, he can't keep it. Even if they gave him a house, how you gonna keep up the rent? Can't keep it without a job.
So why would you rent to him?
Well, I didn't rent to him. I basically been knowing this boy since he was a child. So what I did was I said, hey man, you need a place to live. I got a little room for you. keep you off the streets. It's nice, it's clean, it's comfortable, it's got a TV. All you gotta do is just keep the house clean. Right? Do a few little tasks and you're off the street. They gave him some money yesterday. He get a phone. You know, someone stole his phone. He's basically starting his life over. And what the people in the audience don't understand is, you know, I've had many calls like this. I'll see if I can share one of them with you. Is that, like, a lot of times, bro, these people are starting their life over constantly. You know that? Constantly.
You ever thought about renting trailers?
Nah.
Because I'm saying white folk go through the same things. Like, you're going to find the same type of financial demographic.
Well, you know,
it ain't only us that's starting our lives over.
But as I'm saying to you, Willie, you know, I don't think it's just financial. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of other things. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, man, what the hell is it? Oh,
no, it's definitely
what the fuck is that? Hold on. Oh, there's something coming in. Sorry about that. But no, I think it's a lot more things than financial. Again, like, I don't have much financial to offer this guy. Many people don't need necessarily financial help, if that makes sense. A lot of people
they do.
Sure. I mean, but that's not the end all be all for a lot of people.
I'm saying, though, we can't deny if you rent a room, you're not in a good financial space.
Depends on who you are. If you're here for 2 months doing an intern, it's not really reflective of your financial position. But if you're here if you're in his position, clearly you're not in a great space. And so if you're not in a great space, the most valuable thing for you is someone that can, you know, where you can have kind of a symbiotic relationship. I got housing, you got labor, but your labor isn't necessarily wanted or valued in the private sector market. But he's very valuable to me. Very valuable. You see, like, I'm on the
paying that rent.
No, he's not paying rent. You see what I'm saying? He's not paying rent.
Well, what's his value to you?
The value to, like, bro, like, I tipped my hat to him yesterday. Without him, and I'm giving him, you know, a small piece of his credit, you know, in where I am. Without the people like him, I wouldn't be where I am today. Maybe wouldn't be. You understand? Because when I had to evict the rough ass ghetto blacks, I couldn't go to my educated friends. Hey man, why don't you go down to the city and file the paperwork and shit? But he was ready to go. Like, who we got to evict? What? I got videos on the channel. Let's see if I got videos on the channel. I know I have it. Let's see. Yeah, look at this shit. Is this it? No, this ain't might not be the right one. But what are you talking about right here? Look.
Oh, like, I'm trying to tell you, niggas, like, nigga.
Look.
Dude, he already had an inkling because I know it's
me and Johnny, what we talking about?
Content.
We evicted the nigga. Let's see if I can find
shit.
But my educated friends weren't gonna be part of this, bro. You understand? My educated friends, this might be it right here.
It was just fuck. I just found
this nigga right here. Me and Johnny Boy evicted this nigga twice. We evicted this nigga. Like, the first time, and this is what I'm saying, like, you know, I'm showing the value of some of these low IQ blacks that, you know, and he has a learning disability. He's of no value in the private sector. I can get some use out of him. He can cut grass, right? And if I had to put a motherfucker out, like, he quick to step up.
How come you never call out the low IQ whites?
Because I don't deal with them. I don't deal with them. Let them deal with their own people, man. They're not a problem to me. Who I'm on the panel with?
What's that red boy? And they was dragging his wife. He's the one that always uses you low IQ black.
I don't fucking know. But what I'm saying though, Willie, you know, and I don't want to talk about white people. What I do want to talk about is that the value of someone like me to someone like him. Again, what we've seen is that Salvation Army, which we thought was a noble cause all our life, right? But then we hear the flip side of what the Salvation Army really is. I never heard that side of it.
What's that? What's the flip side?
Well, if you listen to yesterday, the guy was describing how basically the Salvation Army paid him $7 a week, $8 a week, and he got to work, live under their onerous conditions. They take his food stamps. They take his food stamps. Imagine that. Like, the Salvation Army taking your food stamp. Even if you ain't on them, they probably telling you to sign up so we can get your food stamp because you're now eligible for food stamp. And then on top of that, it becomes a safe haven for criminals who aren't even there for help. They've now co-opted the Salvation Army as like a safe haven away from the police. That wasn't the way of the Salvation Army 30 years ago. But that's what it is now. You understand? And the underman, the low IQ black or whoever down at the bottom, everyone's eating off his carcass. Trust me, the Salvation Army, they eating like hell off somebody like him. You know what I mean? They eating like hell off him. That's why he quit.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell him go that route.
Go what route? The Salvation Army? Well, one of the reasons why he went to the Salvation Army
or renting a room.
But one of the what are you gonna do? You gonna go rent a house with nothing, no money? Where's he gonna go? Man, bro, like, where's he gonna go?
First.
Huh?
He got to step his finances up first.
Man, the boy's illiterate, Willie. The hell you mean step his finances up? He's fucking illiterate. In a city that's highly educated.
Well,
He almost like honestly, bro. Honestly, bro, even the Salvation Army said, we're just gonna use you, bro. Right? We're just gonna use you. We want your food stamp. We're gonna get as much work out of you as possible. Have you living in a room with 3 other people, some of them drug addicts coming out of withdrawal. Like, that's the best that they can do for him. With the promise for a job, he's dyslexic. He has a learning disability. He's not going to be able to work in mainstream society. These are the facts. You can't run from that. He's going to get
used regardless.
Hey, you know, I heard Art say one time on the Earth Report, he said, if you can't be used, you're useless, right? Like, you should hope that you have some value that someone could say, hey, man, I could use you to do this. I could use you to do that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll give you a place to live. Just clean up, man. You just keep it clean around the house. Keep me from having to come over there.
Between being used and being utilized.
Okay, well, you can be utilized. I'm utilizing him. He utilizing me. He might think, hey, I get a free place to live. You know, she's perfect for me. No one else would do that for him.
That's some rough talk. If he can't be used, you're useless. That's some rough talk.
Well, you know, I credit that to the Earth Report. I didn't come up with that. But I do think it's fitting, though. You know, again, like, this guy had nowhere. He stayed on screen. He said, look, I have nowhere. Bro, he showed up in my house unannounced at like 9 in the morning.
Are you talking about Johnny Boy?
Yeah, Johnny Boy. And he said, hell, I had nowhere to go, right?
You were reposting some legacy content, so I didn't even know if that was new or not.
Oh, yesterday? No. That was new. This is going to be an ongoing series. Hopefully, it lasts with him. Hopefully, I'm able to have better results with him than the Salvation Army. I think I can offer him things that are probably more in line with what he's capable of doing mentally and physically. You know, he wants to work with his hands. You know, hey, here's a task. Go do that. Clean up this room. You see all these piss bottles? Clean that up. Okay, he can do that. Right? He might stop and take a smoke break, unlike the Mexicans, but I can tolerate that. I ain't in a big rush. Do that.
Yeah, but you do know none of that's going to change his situation. So is it really helping him?
Bro, he may never change his situation. I just told you, he got brothers and sisters. They all been, well, except for the sister, they all been tossed to the wind. I'm just the one that, he's just the only one that can come to me. Well, his brother came to me while he was in rehab, and did work for me, kind of replace his brother. That's what the Mexicans do, right? It really is what the Mexicans do. Like, you let a Mexican get sick, they'll send their abuela or their brother. Hey, my brother is sick right now, but I'm willing to show up and do work for him. That's what his brother did. While he was in rehab, his brother started coming over here. Hey, I'll do some work while my brother in rehab. Okay, cool. Right? Go cut the grass. Right? Go empty the trash. Go around my house and take out the trash. Like, he still ain't working. He still ain't working.
So
Neither
what's the
one of them got
turnaround
jobs.
time for like a Mexican in that situation that takes a room for you? What's the turnaround time?
You're a predator.
to
You're
make
a
his next
predator.
move?
Turnaround time for what?
For him to make his next move, like how long does he stay on your property?
Man, bro, for him, honestly, he need to stay there as long as possible. Be honest.
No, I said Mexican.
Mexican, but Mexican, bro. You know what's so interesting? I don't have one Mexican tenant.
See,
but there's a reason why. They can live amongst themselves. They don't need to buy my dope. They got their own dope dealers in their communities. They don't need me. Right? The blacks do, because the blacks cannot go to Hyattsville and rent from a Mexican. It ain't happening, right? Because the Mexican gonna say, "Hey, you gotta share this bedroom with 2 other people." And the average black person, average American, ain't living like that. So
it's more or less their collective living that you saying black people don't be with. We don't want to be in a room with 3 or 4 other people.
And I don't even blame him. But that's how Johnny Boy was living. Johnny Boy was living in a shelter provided by Salvation Army with 3 other men, with people coming out of heroin withdrawals, shaking and shit. This is what he said. He said it, right? With 3 other men, probably coughing.
But wait, John, why don't you say Americans, right? Because you do realize
I am saying Americans. You heard me just say Americans.
No, you said blacks.
I said, well, okay, but look, if you're at the bottom, right, and many blacks are at the bottom, like the bottom.
Most of us aren't, though, right?
Yeah, okay, all right, sure, okay. I ain't gonna argue numbers and shit with you like that.
That's the truth.
Okay, sure.
I think this brother that's talking, he idolizes money a lot. Like,
I don't idolize money. I don't talk about money because I don't think money is very important.
Money's more important than critical skills that you carry on.
Well, everyone's not gonna have. What are the critical skills? I'm not into money like that because I think the money will come if you're passionate about something. Anything. I don't give a damn what it is. If you're passionate about something, you put effort into it, and if it's viable, you'll bump into it sooner or later. You know what's reasonable for what your talent is. That's what I believe. You know, if you like to do hair, you may not be a millionaire, but you'll be okay doing hair. As an example. But this is Booker T. Washington. This is what I'm talking about here.
Now you call it Booker T.
Yeah, I was quoting Booker T. Washington the other day. I was quoting Booker T. Washington the other day. I went to Tuskegee.
Brother was just trying to reach into the idea of blacks living together. Like,
well, hey man, if that brings about a little bit more peace, stability. Like right now, bro, I'm in the ghetto, and if I smoke cigarettes, every day there's a guy come down the street, and he screams to another guy, "Yo, let me get a cigarette, man." Every fucking day. You can't do that if you living in the suburbs.
I mean, when it comes to,
and I'm not saying anything's wrong with it. I'm just saying,
when it comes to us living like other groups, that's cultural. We just choose not to do that.
Well, okay, if you can't do it, then you better be able to press the pedal and go a little bit faster than they are because they have scale. You do know what scale is, like economies of scale. Again, I was talking to a Hispanic man. He said, man, between the 7 of us, we bringing $500,000 in income in here. You better hope they don't put their head together and do something positive with that $500,000 in income as opposed to just drinking Modelo's, right? And most of them aren't just sitting there drinking Modelo's.
Right, but it comes with a drive, right? What they do when you come into their building or whatever, like they actually help each other get jobs and things like that.
And
If you're
that's what
only
they get.
using black
But,
to
but,
clean
but,
up
bro,
this spot,
bro, do you want to be remigrated? Do you want to be remigrated to a place where you've got to kind of build yourself up from the starting blocks? From
I'm
the
not remigrating nowhere. I live in America. There's nothing but
Ain't nobody I don't want to talk
funds
about
and
I don't want to talk about
No,
remigrating because I ain't got a lot of time.
I was hearing what you were saying, and you're saying that we choose not to do it, and it's not a cultural thing for us. It's like move out when you're 18, get out. That's what it is for us.
Well, yeah, that is. It's a cultural thing. Again, I'm not saying it's a black thing. It's an American thing. My parents told me, hey, kind of get out when you're
correct.
18.
Like when you see,
I don't know
when
if
you
you
see
necessarily.
groups, when you see groups that do that group housing and whatnot, they're typically not Americans. Blacks are part of American culture. We see the
Yeah, that's true.
opportunity here. We try to figure it out.
That's
on
true
our own.
too. But when you're at the bottom, and as Booker T. Washington was saying right here, he emphasized that true progress starts from humble beginnings. It is at the bottom of life that we must begin, not at the top. And most of us will end up throughout our life always at the bottom. He was highlighting the importance of valuing common labor and the dignity it brings. He believed that focusing on foundational work and opportunities rather than grievances is essential for personal and communal advancement. And this is what I'm saying. Like this boy, that Johnny Boy that I took from the Salvation Army, he'll be able to do something productive for me. And I think down inside of him, he gets some value from that.
But that's not what Booker T was talking about.
He was. What the hell you said? He's talking about labor. He's talking about the dignity of labor, of valuing common labor. There's nothing more common than cutting your grass and raking leaves. Like
from that video, what I got is that the counseling was what he wanted, but he wanted a job at the end, right?
Right. And that is the lure. They lured job and housing. Because many of these blacks in the inner cities, they're trying to leapfrog, starting off at the bottom. It is the bottom where all of us must start. And so what they're saying, what they're trying to do, and what you're seeing it over and over, I've shown it to you many times now, is that they try to leapfrog getting their own house or apartment by going to Salvation Army with the hopes that they'll get
Now,
them an
John,
apartment.
you do realize I'm black, right?
Yeah, I know you're black.
So when that argument is made that we all typically start from the bottom, right?
We all start at the bottom. Every race of people started from the bottom.
brother.
Every race is started from the bottom. No race started out No race started out with gold thrones. No group of people started out with gold thrones, palaces. Like that was struggle before they built palaces.
That doesn't mean you're at the bottom.
What do you think? When they started out, they weren't in palaces. They were living outside. Then they figured out a way to build houses so they could live inside. And then once they got wealthy enough, they started building adornments to those houses. Dishwashers, in the modern time, but roofs and stuff like that.
You ever heard of
It is at
Strivers
the
Row?
bottom where you start. You like it, and what blacks, and this really pains me because what they're trying to start out is like building a house with the roof first.
You ever
You
heard of
can't build a
Strivers
house
Row?
starting with the roof. You can't do that,
Hello?
right?
Yeah, you heard me?
I hear you loud and clear.
You ever heard of Strivers Row?
I've heard of Strivers.
All right, so the people, like the children that are born into those lovely brownstones and Strivers Row, they are in no way starting from the bottom.
But somewhere somebody did,
I
and
don't
that's how
disagree
they.
with that.
But that's how they got to where they are, right?
How?
This boy is at the bottom. Maybe
But wait. How did the people in Strivers Row come up?
I don't know anything about those people, so I can't speak on them. They probably
Well, you said they
pursued it.
started at the bottom.
Right. Well, their ancestors started at the bottom, probably with domestics like my family was, right? Maybe it's not a surprise that I clean houses now. My grandma cleaned. My mama was a cleaner. Maybe I clean houses. I don't know. But I do know, like, there's nothing wrong with doing common labor, and many of us, regardless of your race, will live your entire life at the bottom doing nothing but common
Would you
labor.
agree that a good standard for any father in teaching his children is that the main goal should be better than your dad, right? If you got
What's
a
better?
son,
Yeah, sure, but what's better?
Alright.
But what's better? Is it? I think you would probably
I
start
don't
off money.
know about that.
You-
You, don't
better
have to be
is
better than your dad.
But you would probably
You don't
start
have to
off
be
with
better than
money.
your father.
You would probably
what's
start
better
off
is
with money
determined
being.
by where the dad was able to get to, right? Like if the dad started, like my granddad was working in the garment district, right? My father was doing a little bit better than him. I'm doing way better than my dad, and the goal is for my son to do better than me. So when you're
Sure.
saying my mom cleaned and I clean, like that's not really a
Well,
pathway to
look,
success.
my grandma cleaned for rich white people. My mother had a contract cleaning up banks. I would go along with her. Now I clean my own housing. That's some progress. It's progress. Like, I think that's progress. My children, well, maybe they'll hire someone to clean the damn house. They'll be too damn uppity, maybe. Who knows? But that's progress. I think you could say legitimately, in 3 generations, my family, at least my cleaning white people's houses, to cleaning banks, to cleaning my own fucking houses. Isn't that not progress? Started at the bottom.
I don't really see that as real progress, like
What?
generationally.
Nigga, I could call a cleaner. I could look.
Well,
I
what
could
are
sit
you
here with you
gonna-
all
what are you
day.
gonna do
I
with
could
your
sit here
money?
with you all day. I could sit here with you all day and call a Hispanic and clean my house. I could
What
do
you
that.
gonna do with your
Right,
money?
but I don't have a problem with cleaning them. Right? You know what I mean? Or I can put Johnny Boy to do it. See, the other side is
Crazy.
without someone like Johnny Boy, maybe I call the Hispanics in to do a little cleaning.
That's
You
what
see
I
what I'm
do.
saying? Right? But that boxes him out.
The Hispanics
He
come
needs
clean
me.
my house
Right.
3 times a month, spotless.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's progress.
Yeah, that's progress. You know, if you can engage in the trappings of America, what they have to offer to you, that is progress. And I'm not taking anything away from you.
So now,
That's
why
it.
don't you ever talk about the blacks that are in that position, right? Like,
Well,
not
you know, I think
No, but what does that money do for you?
a ton of things,
Like
right?
you worship
I
money.
had an
You
amazing
worship
time
money
in
like
Jolly
you're a
on
white
London.
man. Like
Hold on.
you are pretty much like a cracker or something. Like you are a honky.
No,
You
not
worship
at all.
money. Like
See,
you
and the
just.
only reason why you would think that
That's
is
how
because you
you.
don't know how successful blacks in America are. Being successful doesn't make you white. And that's
No, being successful doesn't make you right.
Hey,
No,
Willie,
you
somebody
said I
said, why you
wasn't
don't have
hungry
black?
'cause
Why
I'm
you?
doing
Somebody
well.
said, why you don't have blacks clean your house, Willie?
Prosperous. It doesn't make you prosperous just because you can
Someone said, why
pay a
you?
Mexican to clean your apartment.
Yeah,
Like,
why
who cares?
don't you have blacks clean your house, Willie?
Fuck that spit.
Because
You know?
one, I don't know of any black services that do that, and two, the Mexicans charge so low that it just benefits me fiscally.
Now, I don't know, man. You know, I know you're in Chicago, and I use Hispanic. I've used Hispanics from time to time. Maybe they're cheap in Chicago, man, but they're not cheap here, bro. Like, they're not cheap here because they've cornered the market. They're just not cheap. You know, maybe it's different in Chicago, but they're just definitely not cheap here.
Yeah, they super cheap. Like, for what I pay to have my crib cleaned 3 times a month, it's dirt cheap. It's something that, you know, because my wife is a professional as well and she be busy, it's something I offered her. Like,
Have you ever?
you
Let
ain't
me
got to
ask you this
worry about
question.
cleaning.
Let me
I'ma
ask you
just
this
pay
question.
somebody to do
I
it.
got it. Let me ask you this question. Seeing that there is a void of black cleaning services, have you ever thought about starting up a black cleaning service?
Hell no, because I ain't cleaning nobody else.
You don't have to clean. Maybe you could hire someone to do it.
I mean, yeah. I disagree that there's an opportunity there? No.
I mean, have you ever thought about like doing it?
I've never thought about cleaning
But
houses.
you see
or
a void
starting
in but you see a void in the market for black cleaning. I bet you a lot of blacks would probably feel more comfortable be able to speak to a black cleaner better than a Hispanic cleaner. But
You
you
don't
never
even
thought
speak
about.
to your cleaner. You just switch rooms when they want to clean that room. Like when she cleaning the bedroom, I'll come downstairs to the living room. She cleaning the
John, he's
living
not
room,
thinking about
I'll go. But you
blacks,
don't
bro.
really talk to them.
John,
It's all about price.
he's
So
not thinking about blacks.
Go ahead. What you saying? What you say? 24.
I'm just saying that this guy is a financial individual, and that's fine. You know that's great. And but with his son, the advice I'd give him is just you want your son to do better than you because you done better than your father, and your father done better than his grandfather,
Correct.
right?
That's the standard. Correct.
So
You know-
what? I'd just say, but John's trying to push like you got to start on the ground floor. Like maybe your son isn't like you, isn't much like you. He maybe resembles you in appearance, but maybe there's some different things going on and some generational curses and just a whole lot of things going on. You know,
Nah.
a lot of
Like,
interference.
my job as a father was to make sure that those generational curses I had to deal with, my son don't have to deal with. So, nah, he's super comfortable. He doesn't know anything of what it was like to live my experience growing up.
Well, you know, and that's great, Willie. You know, your son very well could be very successful, right? And so let's say your son, you know, I ain't putting him down, but let's say he end up like me, right? You know, I'm doing all right for myself. He's gonna need somebody like a Johnny boy. Honestly, somebody that in the neighborhood ain't got to come from across town that is willing to trade off labor for maybe a place to live. Bro, that's the whole immigrant model. It's the Jewish model. You see, like them Jewish people, they doing the whole Section 8 scams and all that shit in New York, Crown Heights and all that.
A Jew can't tell you how to be a Jew.
Well,
It's innate to them. It's a DNA thing.
Right, you know, but I'm saying, like, you know, it's a trade-off. It's the informal economy that every group has. When I talked to Be Brave, I was talking to Be Brave, and I did a street walk around his neighborhood. And all the people, well, I ain't gonna say all, but there were a lot of people in the neighborhood that were a value to the community. What do I mean by that? They could fix cars, HVAC. One guy might be, you know, a roofer. Another guy might be a plumber. None of them were rich, but in terms of the community, they got a lot going for themselves, right? Like they don't have to go out to the open market. If their toilet is leaking, they can call their neighbor. Hey, I know you're a plumber, man. You know, look out for me. Come fix this toilet for me. Yeah, she's next door neighbor. Be Brave. He's sitting there all day watching all their houses, make sure nobody breaks in. He's of value just being there. How many houses, how many bikes have I had stolen? Not one black has been looking at the back window and say, hey, John, somebody's stealing your bike. So these are the intangibles that you can't really put a value on that's in like even poor white neighborhoods. Shit, my house costs more than what Be Brave live, and look at the niggas stealing my bikes. So what is the value of Be Brave's neighborhood versus mine? Right? You can start out at the bottom.
It's got nothing to do with money, John.
It ain't nothing to do with money. Like, it's peace of
nothing to do with
mind.
money. Nothing to do with property prices.
Right.
It's got to do with the stock that's involved. You know, the human being kind of fucking thing, you know?
Right. You know, and I think that's why, you know, honestly, a lot of blacks don't talk about that. You know, Booker T. Washington said something. He said,
blacks love money.
They love money. They love the trappings of money. But this shit is just printed, right? You know, Be Brave was talking about that yesterday. I mean, you know, they just printed it, you know. There has to be something deeper than the money, in my opinion. I wouldn't get up here every day if I was just seeking money. Right?
Like when we're talking about beauty desert and all this other stuff, like is money everything in the dating market?
Well, I think that's
component.
That's what it seems to be. Money becomes everything. And here's Booker T. Washington right here. This is again, this is from the 1881 speech. This is Booker T. Washington. He said, "Our greatest danger is that in the great leap from slavery to freedom, we may overlook the fact that the masses of us are to live by the productions of our hands, and fail to keep in mind that we shall prosper in proportion as we learn to dignify and to glorify common labor and put brains and skill into the common occupations of life. Shall prosper in proportion as we learn to draw the line between the superficial and the substantial, the ornamental gewgaws of life and the useful. No race can prosper until it learns that there's as much dignity in tilling a field as in writing a poem. Is at the bottom of life we must be in, not at the top." And I think there are a lot of blacks, you know, the education and things like that. There was an article in the Washington Post, 4 black women, 9 degrees, no job. How in the hell that happened in America? How did that happen?
So what? 4 degrees, 9.
4 black women, 9 degrees, not a damn paycheck between them.
That happens with the white community too, because I'm kind of a good-looking Australian guy, you know. Like, I'm from Australia. I'm from a community you could never understand, right?
One of my tenants is Australian. One of my tenants is Australian. He's a bike mechanic.
Yeah, I'm a mechanic too, you know. And
are you a bike mechanic?
Say, like, a lot of white
women. Are you a bike mechanic? Oh, wait a minute. Are you a bike mechanic?
Tractor, earth moving.
Okay, I got you. All right, go ahead.
And a lot of white women and a lot of kind of funny money guys, like gay men. They got these criminology degrees and they can't do anything with it. They don't want to be a police officer. They don't want to start at the ground floor to become that detective that they want to do, because they're soft, you know. And you know, we've all got problems.
Man,
we've all got deficiencies. We've all got fucking limitations, and we've all got our problems. And I keep seeing it. And you got like a lot of black women. I've noticed in America, it's like in Australia too. Every woman wants to be a hairdresser. It's just in their DNA. It's DNA. John.
I don't know what about the hairdresser part. You know, I think that, you know, it's part of the chitlin. It's part of the chitlin circuit. There's nothing wrong with that, because when you think about what is doing hair is very cultural, right? Black people, by and large, black women, by and large, go where to get their hair done? Other black women.
Yeah, but all women get their hair done.
But what I'm saying is that, hold on. What I'm saying is that all women do get their hair done. And where do black women go get their hair? By black women. 100% of the time. 100% of the time, they let the black woman do their hair. That's the chitlin circuit. You understand? That's the fucking chitlin circuit. Right? Because these people can't go out into the wider market and do hair for white people. They're doing hair for other blacks. And many of these damn hairdressers do very well. Correct me if I'm not wrong. Huh?
No,
these damn black ass hairdressers do very well. Huh?
No, facts. And there's many stores.
They're not high society. They're not going to the symphony and shit. But they got money. They got nice cars. They're working. This is how it works. Anyway, what's up, Brave?
Hey, John.
It is at the bottom where we start, Brave. Not
John,
at the top.
This is spooky, what you're exposing. This is why I say people don't understand the value of John Galt. You can look at these streams all goddamn day and not get to the bottom of shit the way that you're getting to the bottom of shit right now by having people expose their goddamn thinking. Look at Big Dog in the chat if you could bring up his comment. saying that Booker T is a bad example because of the times that he lived in are different from the times we live in now. I think Booker T is a bad example. The times he lived in is nothing like now. John, which you quoted Booker T. Washington, is when you that Booker T. bit that you just read,
Yeah.
should be taught to kids at every fucking grade level as a refresher course in their first part of their school year. Is somebody who is this guy? Does he shut up?
I just muted him, Bray. Go ahead. Go ahead, Bray.
This what Booker T said and what you read, John, should be put in every school child's brain at every grade level throughout their school years as something to understand about life. And Big Dog says it's not a good example. And you had Willie up here talking about, can you talk about blacks doing well as opposed to blacks? John, you've got an epidemic of blacks not understanding the bottom.
Well,
and you're trying to explain to them the value that is at the bottom for all of us. And Willie is denying that value. Listen to Big Dog here in that quote. This shit is like spooky to me. It's like, what the hell? There's no hope for these people. You're talking to a bottom feeder that thrived at the fucking bottom.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't never had to worry about no food, no housing, nothing. Because I was such a magnificent fucking bottom feeder. And you're going to sell me there's no value at the fucking bottom? My God, these people are crazy. If there's one thing blacks need to learn, it's that Booker T excerpt that you read, John. You start with your hands. Nothing else fucking matters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The value of capital has nothing compared to the value of labor.
Yeah.
Capital is superficial nonsense. Labor is how you hunt, kill, and build your shelter. And that doesn't sink in. So if your shelter isn't magnificent and you're not bringing home enough food for 20 other people, now you're not supplying yourself and there's no dignity in your existence. Whoa, John, I'll tell you, man. These people are fucked up in the head. Big Dog, I ain't playing, man. Go get therapy, what you said, man. If you're overlooking what not just you, Big Dog, anybody that overlooked that Booker T excerpt that John brings up and they overlook that, you got some mental issues going. There's something real. How's come with me, when I read that Booker T the other day for the first time in my life, I felt like
that's why they call him an Uncle Tom, Bray.
This is amazing when I heard that. Now, how's come me?
You can't communicate with the blacks.
I can get the value. I can get the value of Booker T to a spiritual level, and other people are saying he lived in different times. We're out of our fucking minds, John.
Here's Booker T again, and he's talking about Frederick Douglass. And Brave, I don't know if you're familiar with Frederick Douglass. He's not someone that I followed. But Frederick Douglass was more on the side of we need education and we need to be able to work, white collar jobs. So they were at odds from that standpoint. So this is Booker T. Washington addressing Frederick Douglass.
John, I don't think Booker T was against odds with what this guy's saying. He's just saying if the bottom is where you're at, you have to do that in a noble manner. That's all Booker T said. I don't think Booker T said anything about once a society gets advanced that they shouldn't proceed to the administration of things.
But Booker T. Washington also was not for agitation. Frederick Douglass would have likely been more in line with agitation.
Right. That's why Booker T is the spiritual one, and Frederick Douglass probably was the fucking corporate agent set in to piss blacks off. Booker T was leading people to the promised land of what the reality of life is. First, you feed yourself and go from there.
And so this is Booker saying, you have been accustomed to hear that money is the root of all evil. On the other hand, property, money, if you will, if you please, will purchase for us the only condition by which any people can rise to the dignity of genuine manhood. Without property, there could be no leisure. Without leisure, there could be no thought. Without thought, there could be no invention. Without invention, there could be no progress. And Booker was going on and talk about how blacks were working like his porters at the time on trains, as an example.
Do you know how much thought you can do as a porter?
Yeah.
Do you know how much? You know why? Hand to God. Hand to God. I told a lady that wanted me to run a printer that was a goddamn city block long, and it had 15 panels. Okay, it had 5 panels of controls up and down that machine. And she wanted me to run it. And I was running my old clunky, wrench-adjusted, big old 10-foot press that you climbed up on top of and let ink down by keys, right? So I'm running that old clunky press, and it's nothing to it. It's real easy. I'm being a philosopher while I'm running that press. You know what I told her why I didn't want her new press, even with the raise? I said, because I can't think when I'm running that press. That press owns me. And Frederick Douglass is saying that you can't think while you're fucking working?
Yeah.
This is the stupid shit these fucking niggas say! Dumb shit! What do you mean you can't think while you're working? You can't think while you're plucking cotton?
Hold on, Bray.
You can't fucking think while you're goddamn pushing a fucking broom? You can't fucking think while you're goddamn driving a truck?
I think there's a middle majority that are remedial.
Sir, stop.
You know?
We're cussing out the motherfuckers.
There's a middle majority that are unable to do these tasks. You know what I mean?
Matter. That doesn't matter. The point is Frederick Douglass was full of shit. What do you mean you can't think when you're doing work? You got to have leisure to think. That's fucking trouble starting shit. He's an agent. That motherfucker was an agent of the fucking holy corporates. How dare he say you can't think when you're doing menial tasks? Hell, I'm a goddamn philosopher. I fucking work every day of my life and a lot of overtime. Point out a motherfucker that can out-philosophize me on these goddamn
that separates a lot of human beings from other human beings.
It doesn't matter. The point is fuck your separation. The point is
the ambition to work overtime.
I'm talking about what humans are capable of, not what these people
No. You don't know who I am, Bray. You're just yelling at the world again. You're just yelling at the world again, bro.
Yes, I am in my own fucking world. I'm in my world of people saying that some Frederick Douglass saying some stupid shit like you can't think unless you have leisure.
But bro, I'll outwork you any day. I'm Australian. You're a fucking lazy American, fat American. Like, you're not even on my level.
71 fucking years old doing what I do.
Hey, Bray, you know what's interesting? Hey, hold on, Bray. You know what's interesting though, Bray?
What's that?
Sorry, I'll mute you for a minute, 24 hours. You know, you two white men talking about they outwork each other.
No, I'm not saying I outwork him.
I mean, but you say I outwork you. You two are white.
Yeah, he said it.
Yeah, but you think you ever heard two blacks say I outwork each other? Anybody even take him seriously? This guy's a fucking big. He's an earth mover mechanic.
Who is?
24 hours. One of my
who's up here on the panel?
Yeah, one of my tenants is Australian as well. He's Australian. Yeah. And he's a bike mechanic, a hell of a bike mechanic. He's been my tenant, but you know Shane. You know white boy Shane?
I remember him.
Yeah, and so white boy Shane is Australian as well, and he's a mechanic. So you know, they just go to show you kind of the skill set of white people. As I'm saying, imagine living in a neighborhood, you ride bikes, and you got a bike mechanic in your neighborhood. Think about that, bro.
I just had to come up, John, because for people to deny the reality of what was said in Booker T's, what you read, and for Willie to talk about the blacks doing well rather than all the blacks that are fucked up in large numbers and they need to hear what Booker T said. It blew my fucking mind. And then this guy saying he'll outwork me. I don't know who in the fuck he is. He's obviously never seen what I do at the age of 71. But the point is this. Son of a bitch, man. There's nothing but labor is that's your first obligation in life as a human. That's all. It's nothing complicated. And that's what blacks are doing in large numbers. They're complicating that rule because they, as you say, John, and you try to tell them continuously, stop wanting to skip step one.
Yeah.
You don't get to. You look how Willie didn't understand when you said this kid of this person is living leisure, but somewhere his parents started out at the bottom.
Yeah, sure.
He couldn't comprehend it. How far are we from the reality of the human species when you can't comprehend a simple and informative piece like you gave him to consider? We're fucked up, John. We're done.
Yeah.
And it ain't whites that are suffering like this outside of this Australian up here that's a fucking goofball. I'm telling you, whites aren't thinking like this at the bottom. At the bottom, they're understanding, well, I guess I better go push a fucking broom.
Brave, I want you to listen to this. I've already heard it. I need to step away for like a minute or two. So I'm going to let this play. Johnny Boy is right here. I want you to listen to this, Brave. This was 1987.
For over 40 years, Al Campanis has been involved professionally in some aspect of Major League Baseball. In 1946, he was a shortstop and teammate of Jackie Robinson's on a Brooklyn Dodger farm team, the beginning of a close friendship that was to last until Robinson's death in 1972. Mr. Campanis is still with the Dodger organization, now as the vice president and director of player personnel. He joins us live from the Houston Astrodome. And if you are a baseball fan, you have probably read the bestseller written by this man about the triumphant 1955 Brooklyn Dodger team. The book, titled The Boys of Summer. A noted sports journalist, Roger Kahn, had a long association with Jackie Robinson, both on the field and off. He joins us from our New York studios. And Mr. Kahn, I guess I want to begin by asking you, because all we have heard is what Jackie Robinson, in effect, did on the field and in his public persona. He must have been going through a living hell, though, off the field.
He's a great mythic figure, and of course he changed the country. He was also a human being who laughed and cried, and if I may share with you something that made me laugh, I was visiting with my family in his home in Connecticut, and Rachel Robinson said, it's funny, journalists have never asked this question. If Jack had a bad day on the field, if the language, the vituperation was particularly harsh, did he take it out on me and the children? And she said the answer is he never did. But I could tell when he had a bad day because he would take a bucket of golf balls and he'd put the golf balls on the lawn and he'd start hitting them into the lake. And Jack gave me a little sly look and he said, the golf balls were white.
Mr. Campanis, how long did it take before anyone on the team, that first year in 1947, actually helped Jackie Robinson? I mean, from a human point of view, obviously.
It's about to get good, Brady. Give it a minute.
It was a great team, but how long before anybody helped him as a human being?
Oh, Mr. Koppel, it was an honor for me to reminisce about Jackie Robinson. I played with her in 19.
You ever heard of Campanis, Brave? You ever heard of this guy?
No.
Okay, let me get to the good part then, since I'm back here. Let me get to the good part. So this was 1987, Brave, and this is a white guy who played with Frank Robinson.
A game that would help the team win, that the whites, so to speak, began to accept him as a person. And after a while, when someone helps you win a football and baseball star, but when he joined the Montreal club, he had such great aptitude that in a short while.
I'm sorry, Brave. I want you to listen to the question that he was asked first.
I want to begin by asking you, because all we have heard is what Jackie Robinson, in effect, did on the field and in his public persona. He must have been going through a...
This is, I don't know who this guy is. His last name is Kahn or something. Jeffrey Kahn or something like that. You know.
Living hell, though, off the field.
He's a great mythic figure, and of course he changed the country. And if I may share with you something that made me laugh, I was visiting with my family in his home in Connecticut, and Rachel Robinson said, it's funny, journalists have never asked this question. If Jack had a bad day on the field, if the language, the vituperation was particularly harsh, did he take it out on me and the children? And she said the answer is he never did. But I could tell when he had a bad day because he would take a bucket of golf balls and he'd put the golf balls on the lawn and he'd start hitting them into the lake. And Jack gave me a little sly look and he said, the golf balls were white.
Mr. Campanis, how long did it take before anyone on the team that first year in 1947 actually helped Jackie Robinson? I mean, from a human point of view, obviously you played together. It was a great team. But how long before anybody helped him as a human being?
Oh, Mr. Koppel, it's a privilege and an honor for me to reminisce about Jackie Robinson. I played with her in 1946, and I can truthfully say that he's probably one of the best athletes that I've ever seen play the game of baseball. He had not played very much baseball. He was basically a football and baseball star, but when he joined the Montreal club, he had such great aptitude that in a short while, he became the best ball player in the International League. In 1947, as you had indicated, Jackie was moved to first base because they had a second baseman named Eddie Stanky, and he played first base in the National League. He became the Rookie of the Year and played at a strange position, hit, I think, .297, and had an outstanding season. He again played second base, back to his position that he played in the International League the following year after they had traded Eddie Stanky. Jackie Robinson became a most valuable player. He had outstanding aptitude, learned how to make the double play. He was a venturesome, daring base runner, and he was a wonderful sight to behold.
Now, Mr. Campanis, I know it's noisy there in the Astrodome, but let me try my question again. How long was it before other people on the team began to treat him like a human being, began to help him as a human?
You hear what he's asking him, right, Brave?
Yes.
You see what he's doing? You see what he's doing, right, Brave?
Yeah.
Now, have you ever seen this interview before, Brave?
Fuck no. The fuck I'm watching sports shit for.
Well, this
I'm
is
having a hard
ABC.
time listening to this.
This is not sports. This is ABC News. It gets better, Brave.
I get it, but it's
I believe when he indicated by his baseball prowess that he could contribute and play a type of game that would help the team win, that the whites, so to speak, began to accept him as a person. And after a while, when someone helps you win a ball game, you get to accept him very readily.
Mr. Cohen, what about the
You want me to keep going, Brave? You want me to stop?
No, I've heard enough. I mean, it's just obvious that.
No, you ain't heard shit yet.
Well,
It was rough back then.
Right. Hold
well, I
on
think
for a
it goes along with what Booker T said. He said, just do something, and people can't help but accept you eventually.
And that's what the white man just said, right? He
Yeah,
said, "Hey,
right,
man, so
yeah.
right,
But,
yeah."
Brave, you ain't a world beater. So why are you trying to?
All right.
Come on, let him, John.
Let him talk.
Let him insult. Let him.
Okay, all right. I let him go.
Champion of overcoming odds and that, like.
This is what I'm saying.
You're so corny, bro. You're such a boomer. And it's like, shout out to Vanta. Shout out to my British brother that'll never accept me because he's black and I'm white.
Whatever you ready, Brave.
There's always going to be conflict. Brave, I can do this better than you can. Like,
Brave, he said he can do it better than you, Brave.
Brave tells you to strap up your boots and go to work and ask for overtime, and that's pretty much his gimmick, you know? That's his gimmick.
Brave, what you say there, Brave?
I find it amazing that this simple-minded dipshit thinks he can do anything philosophically, psychologically, or fucking in a conversational manner better than me. It's amazing. People don't know their place.
Psychologically, I'm already like a million miles ahead of you and inside your brain rent-free.
Hold it, John.
We're on the Urban Landlord channel.
Hold on, I can't hear you, Brave. What you say?
Hold on,
what'd you say, Brave?
All right, hurl an insult and be done. Could you imagine this guy trying to do a 2-hour monologue in life like I can do on any subject?
I like you, Brave, but you kind of like always very, you love the conflict.
That's right, because it's needed. Thank you. You're catching on. This is what's needed. And I do it because it's needed.
We're always about that action.
What action?
Sometimes we all got to calm down and talk about other things, you know?
No, I do calm, and I talk about many other things with the ladies, with young people that come on here. I was talking very calmly with Johnny Boy yesterday. What do you mean? What do you even say?
You're one of the
hey, Bray, you heard it. I got to put you down. And you said, Bray, gave you good advice yesterday?
Yeah, I did.
You heard it, Bray?
Oh, I said, Johnny, and I want you to think of it, Johnny. Don't forget it. Quit trying to fool yourself, buddy. If you have a hard time with routines, grab onto what makes your world go around, and quit stressing yourself about routines until the routine becomes natural. You know, you'll decide when the routine is supposed to happen, and if you don't, well, you're going to have a lot of rough times ahead of you. You know, and that's all I'm saying.
Now.
Well, John's offering you an out. Yeah. My bet is, John, please don't take this wrong. Johnny Boy, you listening to me?
Yeah.
I don't think you're gonna do what you think I think you're gonna fail at this. You know why?
Tell me why, Bray.
Because you're so habituated to doing whatever your little heart's desire, and you gotta break that. And I don't know if you can.
That's what I'm planning on doing now.
Well, I know you keep saying that, but you've been saying it, I'll bet, for 20 years. Haven't you?
I was on the straight and narrow once before, and I'm just trying to get back to that.
Okay, well, bless your heart.
You know, Brave, I don't know if you know this, but his most stable job was when you worked at that ghetto apartment building, right?
It was.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
Right, and so, you know, that is the thing, you know, in the ghetto, down at the bottom, where, you know, not a lot of people even want to work over here.
Yeah.
Right. We've heard this AutoZone security guard. He don't want to work over here. And so, and a lot of people don't want to live over here. So it creates kind of a void where if you're just willing to do anything, you'll make some money over here. You know, because there's so many lazy ass blacks. Like, how many blacks did I try to get to pick up that urine? Johnny Boy, you to pick all them balls of urine.
I already did.
Yeah, you'd have done it. You know, you wouldn't have a problem with it. And so, but how many of the blacks over here wouldn't do it? And so he just needs someone to give him an opportunity. And it's really up to him to.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's why I'd say that if you're at the bottom and you're used to doing whatever your heart's desire, somewhere you got to start saying, okay, I don't really get to do what my heart's desire today. And I just got to, you know, do something in a routine manner so that I don't have the headaches. But you can still be pretty much comfortable at the bottom. Johnny, I'm telling you, I'm a bottom feeder. I'm at the bottom, dude. I'm a natural when it comes to pushing a goddamn broom in a factory. Give me the broom. Give me the stupid task that I don't have to think at all about. That's me. I'm with you. But I also know you got to tap into your obligation to yourself to understand a routine that you have to do day in and day out. Think of it like this real quick and I'll shut up. If you had livestock, Johnny Boy, that livestock would die. With your routine, they would die. So you got to think, if at the bottom, you got to think, if I have livestock as a farmer and I got to patch a roof, I have to have a routine at the very basics to live. Right now, you're sucking off the tit of modernity because modernity has safety nets for you. That's not serving your psychological well-being. It's routines that serve your psychological well-being. By all means, use the safety nets. Oh, don't stop doing that. I'm not saying that. Just put it in perspective of that to yourself to get a routine going in your life. Live at John's apartment. Set yourself up for 6 months goal and say, I'm going to live here for 6 months and I'm going to be employed by John.
Yeah, you can save him some money. You got, you know, doesn't have any costs.
Yes.
And that's the biggest expense for most people is your housing.
Yeah.
right? And you got utilities, and you got nothing to worry about. You got Wi-Fi, you got a phone now. Shout out to Herman.
Yeah.
Bought him a phone yesterday. Shout out to Herman.
Johnny boy, think of the example I gave you. It helped me a lot when I was a kid and wanted to do my stupid routines because I was a fucking dumbass wanderer and blowing in the wind kid, but I knew I had to settle down pretty quick. If you were a farmer, you want your livestock to die. No, that's how you do it, man. Nobody ever gets nobody ever gets to do exactly what they want to do. Nobody ever does, and nobody ever will. Not you, not anybody. Somewhere the routine rules. That's what you got to get into. At the bottom, even.
Yeah, you always have to do something you don't want to do.
Always.
You know what my dad told me, Brady? He said, and I never forgot that he was working for a white man. It was back in the day when white men used to own businesses in black neighborhoods, and the white man came up to him. He says, find something to do, or I'll find something to do that you ain't gonna like. And my dad later passed it on to me. He said, son, when you work and you sitting around doing nothing, twiddling your thumb, find something to do before your boss finds something to do. Right?
Find something to do.
And I worked retail. You fold up clothes, pick up shit off the floor, something. You figure something out to do. Keep busy.
The beauty of it is, Johnny, don't forget this either, that us bottom feeders like you and me, we really have settled our souls because you're a very good person. I'm a very good person. So see, our egos aren't poisoning us. So we have a distinct advantage over people that need accumulated wealth. We're at the bottom chilling in life. It's real simple down here. Don't mistake the simplicity of our attitudes with being able to do nothing and get away with it. Just revel in the simplicity with which you live your life. I've done it my whole life. It's easy to do, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's real easy to be real proud of just getting up. If I lived in John's apartment, to get up and say, John needs some shit done today, and John's an easy guy, whatever I go do, he'll be happy with it because it needed to be done.
Yeah.
That's a pretty cool situation you landed.
That's an easy situation. That's a very easy situation.
Very
easy. And it would only happen down here on the Chitlin circuit.
That's right.
That's what I'm trying to. Right? He's laughing.
Palomino says, "Prove him wrong, Johnny. Prove me wrong, Johnny, because Johnny, my good friend, I can spot people that are addicted to unearned leisure, and you're addicted to unearned leisure, sir. And that's what your problem is. And I don't think you can break that addiction, young man. And I know you understand what I'm saying by unearned leisure.
What do you mean by that, Brady?
That means that you're looking for free time that you didn't earn. Free time is after you feed yourself. After you feed, well, you don't have kids to worry about. After you feed your kids, after you patch the roof, after you fucking patch the fence. And opposing to what the stupid fucking Frederick Douglass said, you can still think of many things while you're doing simple tasks.
Yeah.
My God, yeah. I've become a philosopher in my world. Why? Where do you get all these thoughts from? Be brave. I never done anything other than my own, what I wanted to do, because my own thinking was more important to me than clouding my mind with external tasks. I've always gravitated towards digging a ditch, because you can think the hell out of life while you're digging a ditch.
You can, you very well can.
And that's what's important to me, was thinking, not accumulating wealth.
You got to comment there, Brave.
Brave is on his A game today.
Always.
Thank you.
Always.
It's just the things that I have done is all I'm coming from. It's too easy. I've proven that. How? Because I lived it. How? Oh, am I setting the world on fire? No. House paid off, everything paid off, ain't had bills. Man, come on, folks. This over here in the USA, man, this is all a cakewalk. And you can think your ass off while doing simple tasks and that's what Booker T says, and that's the bullshit of Frederick D. Douglass. You need leisure time to think. God, that fucking John, that blew my mind when you read that.
But what Booker was pointing out is that blacks see whites in their leisure. And when he talked about when they were
Oh, you
porters
mean
on the
that?
train.
Wait, maybe I misunderstood it. It sounded like to me he was opinionating that you need leisure time to think.
No, Booker was saying.
I bet you if you look back, he was implying that leisure
Yeah.
time is where you do your valuable thinking.
Yeah, that's what WB I think was saying, but Booker was
Well,
saying
that's disgusting.
Booker was saying that whites.
No, Booker was the genius. No, I'm with
Yeah,
Booker.
but let me finish the point. So
Okay, go ahead.
Booker was saying that, and he the specific point that he gave was that the blacks were working as porters on the train.
Yes.
And they would see white people in their leisure. They're going on vacation, this and that.
Yeah.
And that made them pursue leisure. When they're at the bottom there is no leisure. Right? Until you pull yourself up. Like you said, you got too much other shit to be doing.
Too much.
To be
Yeah,
going
but
on
a
vacation.
porter at that time wasn't at the bottom. You realize that, right?
Oh God. It never ends.
You consider that job
The
at
whole
bottom?
fucking race was at the bottom. We talking about in the 19.
Damn, John. Fucking motherfucker.
I mean, the white
See,
people
I
are
can
just giving
understand
these
people believing
Man,
it.
the white people that listen, man, you gotta understand. Those were jobs that could have well easily been done by white people. The white people opened these jobs up to black people. Don't you understand? That was one could say the benevolence of whites to because I'm sure there were white people that could have done these jobs in that time. When you say Brave,
My God, yes. Anybody can be a porter.
right? I mean, there were enough white people that could have done their job.
Yes,
It was a decent
yes,
enough
yes,
job, right?
yes, yes.
Right, but they didn't
Right.
want to do those jobs.
Yeah, I mean, they could have found them. They could have found a white motherfucker.
There would have been plenty of whites to do
They
it.
had they had other
Yeah, whites doing it
opportunities.
before they opened it up to the blacks. Goddamn, they had borders. Before they allowed the blacks to do it, they had to have white.
Yo, John.
Right? Am I
I
wrong?
always say
Am I missing something?
everyone knows my
Brave,
son.
am I,
right?
hold on with it. Hold on. Am I missing something? Before they opened it up to black porters, they had to have white porters or no porters.
Right. So listen, John, you displayed an extraordinary grasp of the obvious. Right? Yes, we know these things. But to say that those black porters at that time were at the bottom, no, they very much were not. These are the people that frequented and funded like the Savoy and different things in
A fucking
Harlem
porter. A
that
fucking
were
porter.
black businesses.
Just agree to disagree, John.
All right. But here, Brave, I want to let you guys listen to this.
My
This
God.
is 1987. Brave, it's getting to the good part. Listen.
The point that Mrs. Robinson made in that recorded piece a moment ago, that even to this day, now I understand Frank Robinson, for example, was a manager at one point, but to this day we have, I don't even know, are there any black managers today?
Currently,
Currently.
I don't believe so. But more significantly, are there any black general managers or employees? Are there any black club owners?
Now you know what this guy's up to, Brave.
Yeah.
You know, Brave. Huh?
Yeah. Troublemaking motherfucker is what he is. You dirty, filthy, fucking, vile, fucking creature.
Jack, I asked Jack
He
once.
doesn't have a valid point if there's
would
nobody
you like
qualified to
manage
do it.
after he was through playing.
No,
And
Listen to
he
this.
said,
Hold on,
as a matter of fact, although he had some tough associations
The
with baseball.
video is too important. I need you to be quiet. I have to put you down during the video, okay? Here's a Brave. You know who this is.
I wasn't
ain't
the
gonna
only
say
one talking over the video.
All right, but look, I don't want
I'll
anybody
go
talk.
quiet when you
I
ask.
don't want anybody talk over the video because I want everyone to hear what this guy's gonna say.
But
Not
I'm
this
saying
guy,
just
but
don't direct it at me.
right.
the only
Both
one
of y'all
talking.
guys.
Yes,
You know, this is Be Brave and John Hour. Anytime, hey nigga, anytime. Look, this is what did they say that shit? The disclaimer. Anytime Be Brave and John up here, I don't give a fuck what the title is. The Be Brave, it turns into the Be Brave and John show. That's how it goes. Brave, did you know we got a new song, nigga?
No, I don't.
Crazy.
Ooh, that nigga wished out to got a song, a new one, Brave.
He does? What is it?
A new one.
Oh,
Can I ask
is he
Brave
gonna-
a question?
Which witch doctor gonna do? Is he gonna advance us and give
I
us
ask
more
Brave a
fame?
question?
Hey, nigga, people were paying to hear the song last night.
Oh my God! Yeah, tell
Brave,
see, Johnny
you know,
boy.
hey,
See, hold it, Johnny boy. See what you can do with being at the bottom, Johnny
Can I
boy.
ask Brave a question?
Johnny boy, hold it. I'm at the bottom with you, Johnny boy. Follow me. I got your back, Johnny boy. Look at a little bit of what I'm doing. I'm a bottom feeder like you, Johnny boy.
Why would
Go
somebody
ahead.
follow someone at the bottom?
See what I mean? See,
But wait, that wasn't the question I wanted to ask.
you can't help a fellow bottom feeder
That wasn't the
improve.
question
No,
I wanted to ask.
the bottom is what has to be the
Brady got 70
idea.
years. Brady got 70 years on the bottom. What the hell you mean he can't help another bottom dweller?
It's amazing.
70 years, boy.
70 fucking years of my life at the fucking bottom. And doing damn well with much respect from anybody whose path I cross.
And for the blacks that always want to say, well, why you talk about blacks? Some things transcend race, and what Brady was saying, hard work, the routine elements and shit like that transcends race, right, Brady?
Yes.
Right, I understand.
I don't believe in that at all. Right? Like my goal is to
Never
make the
mind
most
life.
money for the least amount of work.
Most money.
That's why I do what I do in life. Right?
Good.
The most money.
Nobody's
most money.
faulting you for that, Willie. What I'm faulting you for is you're trying to make the bottom feeders something they're not. Let them be bottom feeders and let them relax, is my point. There's too many of us. Go get them, Tiger. I'm with you.
Yeah,
I
but
got
no, that's not.
members of my family
not
that
America.
stumped me in earnings.
That's not the American dream.
No, yes,
Be a
it
bottom
is.
Hey,
feeder
Brady,
forever.
you have wealthy family members, right?
Yes.
They're done very well.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Done very
They're
well.
doing very well.
Very, very well, right? You say, right? You told me, about some of your family
Don't
members. I ain't gonna say
disclose,
which one.
but yes.
Right, but you done very well. You have family members, and you.
Well, what I'm saying is,
and for your lack of pursuit of money, you could have been a millionaire if you wanted to be a millionaire in this great country. You feel like, all right, right, and you don't feel like, man, this country was against me. I couldn't be a
so
millionaire.
let me ask the question: Is the American
this
dream
country
to
is the
stay at
greatest
the
country
bottom?
in the world is because mediocre people are doing so well in it.
Hold on, Willie. Let me stop you for 1 second. I'm bringing up Willie, but I don't want
You
you to
wasn't
interrupt me.
stopping me. I wasn't saying.
No, I
that.
don't want to interrupt you. But Brave, this is what you're saying is what the blacks don't understand. Because I walk through your neighborhood and I'm looking at the intangibles that are in your neighborhood. The mechanics, the HVAC guy, the nigga that do this, to do that, the autistic guy who can still make a living.
The Harley Davidson.
Without people attacking him and shit. A fucking half-wit. Because we ain't got autistic, we got half-wits. We got fucking retards over here. A fucking retard over here gets attacked, beat up. But you telling me this But you telling me that this damn autistic boy, he gets up and go to work every day. And you watching his house while you streaming. Yep. So even in your old age, you are of value to your community.
Yep. I got 6 houses in my view right now, and I'll guarantee you, let somebody fuck with one of them.
And then the old damn neighbor that don't like your ass, she needed something done, and she had to go through you to get to the other man that could fix the shit.
Can
and
I
he
ask
lived
you
right
Brave
around
a
the corner.
question?
Yeah.
No, not right now. Because this is Be Brave and John Howard. And we trying to explain this shit to you.
I want to ask them a question.
You niggas ain't gonna understand. We get your question out in a minute. And so again, in your neighborhood, Brave, you got people that fix cars, HVAC, all kind of bullshit, autistic niggas that can go work without blacks attacking them and shit.
That's right.
Right?
Yep.
That's a hell of an
That's the same thing
ecosystem,
in
bro.
your
That's
I
a
got
hell of a
people
fuck-
walk
that's
up
a
and
hell of a
down my
fucking
alley.
ecosystem. Huh?
I got people
You got
walking
the
up
same
and down
thing in
my.
your neighborhood.
I got families and women that walk up and down my alley in back of my house that I'm looking at. They're walking up and down my alley for exercise. You got any alleys anybody's walking up and down where you people live?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good then. But not many people do, Willie. That's my point.
No, I disagree.
Brave,
Oh,
hey, Brave, in behind my house, the blacks take over the alley.
Yeah, I know. And then the woman
I would
damn near
literally
lose her
go
life
as
in your
far-
alley.
Hey, so you know what I do? You know what I do, Brave? But see, again, I'm in the hood, Brave, and
Yeah,
I
gotcha.
I make sugar out of shit. So you know what I do? I advertise that, hey, the niggas take over the alley. So that means you got the rest of the alley to yourself. I'm renting the whole rest of the alley. Since the niggas block one entrance to the alley, I rent the rest of the alley out. I can sell the rest of the alley as mine.
Got you.
But then
Now, can we have a
like,
conversation?
the blacks want to be dysfunctional. I'll sell their dysfunction. You see how that works?
Yeah.
Huh?
So you don't have any white dysfunctional crackheads in your neighborhood?
No.
Only black.
Any black? Hey.
Hold on,
I
wait,
don't even want to answer. I don't even want to answer. Are any white? The people over here are the degenerates. When you go to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, are they mostly black or white?
Vast majority.
I didn't say mostly.
Do
said,
you
are
see
there
any
any?
white degenerates over there?
I've seen one. She was probably
So
selling
he
pussy.
sees something.
You heard that, Bree?
One.
He sees
Yeah.
something. Yeah, in a
One.
black community. Now, if you go into a white community, you'll see one degenerate black that lives in that community.
Are they
A
degenerate
bunch
Yeah,
of
but
white
you don't-
smackheads.
Hold
But you
on.
don't see any
Hold
white
on. Are they
degenerates out on
degenerate?
the
Are they degenerate blacks in Navy Yard? The team takeover. The team takeover.
Well, those are the beat the team.
Listen
Those
to
are
No,
the
but they
neighborhood
happen.
you're
They happen in the
talking
white
about.
area.
They do.
Right. The shootings on U
Yard.
Street. The shootings on U Street. That's not white area, but those are blacks on U Street.
Black.
Right.
Ain't got nightlife type of scene.
Right.
Right.
So,
Listen to the neighborhood you're talking about, though.
but
I'm
we're
saying
talking
if
about
you go into
affluent
Brave,
neighborhood. We're talking about
if you
affluent
go into B
neighborhoods now.
Braves community, you're gonna find a lot of white fentanyl ferrets. They do the same thing in those back
Listen,
alleys.
I told
that
you,
black
John.
smackheads do.
John, I told you yesterday, when you're talking with blacks, all you're doing is clearing up their distortions of their fucking utterances. There's no getting through to them. No, there's not. My neighborhood is a bunch of bottom feeding whites that are just very calm and very tranquil and everything's fine and dandy.
No trash on the ground.
Wait,
I walked
wait.
through the
Let's
neighborhood.
slow
No
down.
trash on the ground.
Let's have
No
a
trash on the
conversation.
bro. I'm telling you, bro. Like you're gonna have to accept this, man. There
You
was
know
no
I don't
trash
come
on
out
the ground.
often, John. So can we
But
have
I'm
a
saying,
conversation?
but I'm saying, like, yeah, but you're gonna have to accept what I saw. I walked through his neighborhood street view. There was no trash on the ground. There was no bike that could have been upright on the ground.
that's
There were no big, fat, ugly women. There was nobody sleeping on the street.
John, what I'll do
this is
sometime,
cap.
John. What I'll
This
do
is
sometime,
cap.
John. With
I
is
know
with,
it's
in
a
the
bunch
future,
of
John. Hold
big,
on, right
fat,
quick, Willie. Hold on,
hold
right
on,
quick.
women in
Hold
B
on,
I'll
Willie. You're on the
finish.
B Brave and John show
That's
now,
cap.
Willie. Come on now. You're on B
What I'll
Brave and
do
John show, Willie.
sometime, what I'll do sometime, John, is when you and I will get on the computer and I'll give you addresses and tap into so that you can take street views in other areas where I live. And I'll show you places where there's $500,000 homes across the fucking street from a motherfucker who's got a car up on blocks. Because whites don't worry about other white trash bottom feeders because white trash bottom feeders aren't on meth fucking everything up. And I'll go very, very all around this city where I'm at, John, and you can do the street view and you can attest to the fact.
Now
look at that house, and then right across the street, you turn your little cursor and look at what's across the street from that house right there.
Now you went down to East Over to get your phone. You saw some ghetto niggas. If you went down there, so you see get your phone, right?
Can I respond?
Everybody was selling drugs.
You heard that, Brave? What they were
Can I
doing? What?
respond?
What were they doing?
Selling drugs.
And that was in PG County.
How do you know that?
You hear him,
How
Brave?
does he know they were
Willie.
selling drugs if he wasn't copping? How does
Nigga,
he know?
he's a street nigga. He know what the fuck going on. How do you know they were selling drugs?
You know who's selling drugs and who using them. You just know. It's one of those.
So he went to
I
the
hear
rich.
you,
He went to
but
the
my
once
point-
break. Hold on, Willie.
Damn.
So what happened is, for those of you that don't understand what he just said, he went to the once richest black county to get a phone, correct?
Yeah.
It was ghetto as hell. Selling drugs.
Sit out there on the strip.
You hear that, bro?
You hear the big loudspeaker. Hey, no loitering.
You
Yeah,
heard
but
that?
here's what
Wait,
I'm
but they had
saying,
the
brother.
speaker saying no loitering out there. You
look-
heard that, Brave? You heard
Right,
Brave?
so here's
Hold
what I'm
on, Willie.
saying,
Hold on, Willie. I want to be able to get this clear. They had the no loitering speakers telling the blacks, get the fuck out of here. Stop
Yeah,
loitering.
don't gather right here. No loitering. You know, the strip closed at a
Yeah,
certain
they do that same thing to whites.
No, they don't. Listen to this shit. See, John, this is what I'm saying. These people have themselves convinced of this. Nowhere have I ever lived where there's fucking loudspeakers telling groups of white people no fucking loitering. I've lived around white trash all my life.
Break. Can you believe what you're hearing though?
Yeah, yes, I do. Out of Willie and General Dave and DC Slim.
I'm talking about from him, from Johnny Boy.
Oh yeah,
He
yes,
went
I
to
do
go buy a
believe it.
phone.
Yes,
They said
you
you better
have
get
to.
your black ass out of here.
Yeah, no loiter. Yeah, I do believe it because that's what's
and it
needed
was
because
still there.
blacks are so fucked out.
He
It's
said the
such
blacks
hard
were still
summer.
there. You said the blacks were still there?
The little armed security guards had to drive
Armed
around.
security guard. Armed security guard.
Not regular police, but armed security guards. SBOs was driving around. They got to post up and make sure, they know what they doing. They just like, hey, don't be all violent and, don't make me have to do my job and things like that. And then they
Yeah,
drive
but the
off.
black security cops are actually saying, "Would you please make things easier for me by just doing the logical behavior?"
Don't make me do my job.
Yeah, don't make me do. Why do I have to do? I'm a brother. You're a brother. I don't want to have to put a baton over the back of your skull, young man. God
But he was still out there selling dope and shit.
Yeah, it was like at least 16, 20 of them just dead.
Break. These blacks, that DC Slim nigga. What he's describing is where DC Slim is talking about. That's the DC PG County
Borderline.
right? That's what this is what DC Slim is saying, that that's a white area just as bad. How many niggas out there selling dope?
Too many. And let me get this sale. I'm like, y'all trading on everybody, y'all selling the same stuff. Like, it would be more logical for, like, if I was doing it, I wouldn't be standing where everybody else standing at, because it's competition.
Johnny Boy, look how well Johnny Boy just spoke there. Johnny Boy, you
step off and go somewhere else. Like,
Johnny, I know, Johnny Boy, you're very you are a very for your level of participation in life, you're very eloquent. Johnny Boy, that's why you can't fool me, my brother at the bottom. When you want to straighten up, you'll straighten up. You got brains in there, buddy.
Brady,
I just heard brains, folks.
Yeah, honestly, like, he from my I've been around for a long time. He watches a lot of history stuff on YouTube and shit like that. He's not one just sitting around listening to just mindless drill rap and shit like that.
You can tell by the way he talks and he explains things. He's that brain is in gear.
But there is no black ecosystem that can utilize what he has of value. I've been able to do it. Shit. When I need to evict a nigga, well, how many niggas we done evicted?
A lot. When I say they rent, on the little be on their knees.
There's value.
The black sister girls and buy them carrying Chinese food and get their nails done instead of paying their rent like it's supposed to.
And so he does have some value. You just have to tap into where his value lies, and his ghetto value. Like that ghetto ass apartment building. What would you be doing for them niggas? Tell the audience, what would you be doing for them niggas in that ghetto ass apartment building where you work?
Well, I'd be fixing light bulbs.
Fixing them? How you fix a light bulb?
Like, sometimes, like, the whole light fixture would fall out the ceiling from them doing whatever they were doing, and now I have to either go in there and replace the light fixture, or I have to fix it.
Would you have to replace their? You told me one time you had to replace their light bulbs.
Yeah, I have to do. Yeah, I have to go replace that because it's fluorescent bulbs, and I gotta go replace it.
But didn't you tell me one time you replaced like a regular bulb in their apartment?
Yeah, they won't do it themselves. They can do it themselves. Go to the store and buy a light bulb, but they'd rather bug the rental office because they want to spend their money on weed instead of buying them some lights. Done that a couple times. Went in there, replaced all the doors.
This is where he used to work, Brave. Look, this is where he used to work. It's a ghetto ass apartment building in the ghetto where he could make a living dealing with these ghetto ass people.
Look how nice it is.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying. Look how nice it is. And to hear blacks talking, you'd think that whites put them in some kind of goddamn ghetto prison. Look at that shit. Man, that's where I lived when I was a kid. Man, I remember when we moved into the projects, everything was brand new. I felt uppity. I felt darn right uppity.
This is right here, right?
Brand new. 656.
This is
616.
Wait a minute. Which building is it?
All those buildings.
All of them is all over here.
They paint it now though.
Yeah. The ones that painted are like right.
The colorful ones.
Yeah. This is the building. Yeah. This is the building right here where you work. So basically, it was ghetto maintenance, bro. You replace smoke alarms, smoke detectors.
Sure.
Nigga knock a hole in the wall, you patch the wall. Right. Ghetto maintenance.
Yeah.
And this is what it's like being a landlord at scale. This is a big apartment complex. Dealing with blacks is real, just low level. They don't do anything for themselves. As he just told you replace light bulbs.
Yeah.
They would send him into people's apartments to replace light bulbs. How fucking simple is that?
Well, the fluorescent light bulbs, I don't blame them.
Now you talking about regular light bulbs as well,
Yeah, I know.
right?
I'm
You
just
said
saying the
regular.
fluorescent light
I'm
bulbs,
with you on the fluorescent.
I can see sending somebody.
Smoke alarms, Brave. You think they need to send a damn?
It depends on if it's hardwired or not. If it's hardwired and it's not working, of course.
They were the hybrids. They would be hardwired, and they were the ones you take.
They were just
with
batteries. Yeah, change a battery. It's like a little 9-volt battery.
There you go.
Yeah.
And I've done a couple hardwired ones.
And you cut the grass.
Off, John?
Yeah, he dropped off, right?
I was gonna say, let him talk a little bit. Jesus Christ.
You cut the grass and stuff like that, right?
We had the landscapers come in and do that.
Oh yeah, the landscapers do that.
It just mostly was, maintenance. But it was always something you go in there and be like, damn, why is this fucked up like this? And especially Drew, he would always, how y'all do this? Because he was an older cat, like 75.
Well, they would destroy a lot of shit.
Yeah, and he'd be like, how it get broke? How did this happen? We was just here last week and now it's broke. Like, how do you break an electric stove? Like,
yeah.
And then they would want a brand new stove, and Miss Barker would be like, we just fixed y'all stove and it's broke again. Like,
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's the point he's making is that they destroy things so rapidly that you can't constantly replace them because there's one final time that you have to replace them, and that's at inspection time.
Exactly.
Everything has to be working at inspection. So if they tear it up 2 weeks before inspection, you're not going to fix it until the day before inspection, because otherwise they could tear it up again right before inspection, right after you fix it. And so that's what he's explaining. So, but big landlords, and this is like a 100% subsidized housing, they're able to pull this off. Hey, Brave, have you been hearing about these socialist politicians in New York?
I've been hearing it. I don't call them socialists, but yeah, they're calling them.
What do you call?
Corporatists.
But they hate corporations.
The definition of socialist is for the common people to be in control of the means of production. That's never existed. That's why I say that when we're sold these isms, it's like it's just all they're doing is bamboozling us and hypnotizing us into arguing about things that don't even exist. There's never been any place. Show me anywhere in history, unless it was a tribe 3,000 years ago that controlled their creekside tents. Show me any place where the common people controlled the means of production in a civilization. It's never existed.
Well, Brave, this is the thing.
The corporatism. It's just the corporatists move in and they use the government at their pleasure, and they use the private sector at their pleasure. That's all that's going on here.
Brave,
and
what I find
use the government for New York City because they're knocking down the living standard. So in doing so, rather so the private sector doesn't take the heat, they're going to let Mamdani come in and claim he's using the government. The government's going to be the failure of it all, and then our government, the government by the people, for the people, and of the people is what failed, and that's what we'll register it as.
But Brave, what I find interesting is that they are finding halfway attractive non-black women to advance these agendas.
Oh,
AOC,
yes,
right?
Yes.
And AOC, the lady that just won New York, and in doing so, they're bumping out the black and some Dominicans politicians. They're bumping out the old and bringing in the new.
Yes.
And in doing so, they're bringing in pretty women.
Yes.
The latest wave of women that have come in from AOC to Illinois, none of these women are ugly.
Clothing scenario.
Yeah. This
That's
is very
all this
interesting.
is.
Right. This is very interesting, Brave. When you consider how this can all play out.
I think it's pathetic that people fall for the socialist nonsense as opposed to we're being engineered downward, and it's from the highest orders of the global power elite. And look, why worry about it? In other words, I would tell a New Yorker, you can't change this because the throne has set this in motion. Don't worry about socialism. That's not your problem. If you want to consider something in reality so that you don't think like a stupid child, just understand that the global elite has decided to do something with New York City, that they're going to intensify the reliance upon the global elites using the government to control us in all ways, shapes, and form.
Let me get back to this video.
I know I made that sound a little bit rough, and stretched out, but it's not. It's real simple. Stop. I get it, John. Everybody has to run to the social. They have to run to the isms because they're too lazy to consider things, the reality of it, and I think it scares people.
Well, those are the words they use. I think in reality is what they're seeking. There's some very interesting things.
In reality, it's what who is seeking.
Yeah, these people that are winning, these are not very experienced people. And they're winning often, and they have some very radical ideas.
Yeah.
And so that that's very dangerous. Low on experience, high on ideas, high in the sky type ideas. That's very dangerous.
Rest assured, don't panic, folks. Of all of these people, as John says, and it's true, low on ideas and high on expectations, they're all very well controlled. They're not autocratic. They're not running things.
Let me ask you this question.
Mamdani is not running New York. God damn it.
Oh, let me ask you this question. And I probably know the answer. It is interesting that all these people are fairly well-to-do. I think Montgomery comes from a rich family. Huh?
Yeah, nobody gets us onto that shit.
It is interesting. That's great, huh?
Yes. It's like, where do you think they're coming from? They're tapping their own.
Yeah, this is
AOC. Distant Small Hat.
Yeah.
Mamdani. Elite from Africa. What are we going for?
Yeah. Hey, Bray, let me play the rest of the video. I want to get your thoughts on this. This is good, man. I saw this morning. Listen.
Well, yes, he thought he would. Thought he'd be a good one. And he said, once I got a call from Vancouver, which was in the deep minor leagues, and they asked if I'd be interested, and I told them I would be. They never called me back. So although we all can rejoice in the progress that baseball has made in integration, I think if Jack were alive today, Jack would say, how come there are no blacks running ball clubs?
Mr. Campanis, it's a legitimate question. You're an old friend of Jackie Robinson.
Now you see the names on the screen, Brave. I ain't got to tell you what's going on. You know what's going on.
Yes, I do.
What's going on, Brave? What's going on? Huh? Tell all this.
It's divide the races and keep the power in the hands that have it. And make the racial divide look like the culprit. The problem is it's the power elite, folks. It's that racism.
At one point, Brady, the man on the right is going to say, yeah, my people own the baseball stadium, some shit like that. I think he says that.
They own fucking so much it blow your fucking mind.
1987, Brady.
But it's a tough question for you. You're still in baseball. Why is it that there are no black managers, no black general managers, no black owners?
Well, Mr. Koppel, there have been some black managers, but I really can't answer that question directly. The only thing I can say is that you have to pay your dues when you become a manager. Generally, you have to go to minor leagues. There's not very much pay involved. And some of the better known black players have been able to get into other fields and make a pretty good living in that way.
Yeah, but you know in your heart of hearts, and we're going to take a break for a commercial, you know that that's a lot of baloney. I mean, there are a lot of black players, there are a lot of great black baseball men who would dearly love to be in managerial positions. And I guess what I'm really asking you is to, peel it away a little bit. Just tell me, why do you think it is? Is there still that much prejudice in baseball today?
No, I don't believe it's prejudice. I truly believe that they may not have some of the necessities to be, let's say, a field manager or perhaps a general manager.
You really believe that?
Well, I don't say that they're all of them, but they certainly are short. How many quarterbacks do you have? How many pitchers do you have that are black? It's same thing. I mean,
you heard what he said.
Let me take about less than 30 seconds to replace his words and answer it as if I was going to be honest on that screen.
Mm-hmm.
We've kept it's a white country. We do not share with the black man. Now, what has happened is due to the fact that we don't share, the black man has not come up with the talents in those areas, whether he has them or not. That's the reality. So the numbers aren't there for the talent. Number two, white people are never going to share the bounty with black people. Do you understand that, Ted Koppel? That's what he should have said.
Well, if they were good enough, they get a piece of it, right? This is what the man is saying.
That's all. They're
Right.
never going to be owners. They're not going to be any power structures. These people that own these sports teams are never going to sit in a room and say, make sure there's half of the owners in here are black. That's never going to happen now or never. This is a white country. And that's what these bastards can't say. And they probably just should, for the sake of advancing things. Shut up, it's a white country. Are you living in a miserable way, or how's your living standard?
Well, hold on, Bray. Now, I've talked to you about quarterbacking, and I know you. I want to talk about football, John. But I said, this ain't about football. Remember, I talked.
Yeah.
Right? And he's saying the same things that I said, but he's saying it in 1987. There's a reason why the most successful quarterbacks in the NFL are white, overwhelmingly.
Yes.
Right?
The positions of brains take brains. Duh.
The same thing with pitching.
Right.
In baseball.
Right.
The same thing with cornerbacks in football. The positions they require a lot of athletic ability, blacks dominate them 100%. But that's not enough for them. They want to dominate everything.
I know it, yes.
But they can't dominate the white man at the pitching. It's a pure meritocracy as much as it gets. Pitching is a pure meritocracy. Right? Either you throwing strikes, balls, or getting the ball slapped out of the stadium. Well, this is really the old kind
Take the pick.
right? Yeah. So they cannot be a DEI quarterback or pitcher. Definitely not a pitcher.
No.
No, I got to tell you, that sounds like the same kind of garbage we were hearing 40 years ago about players when they.
Look how Ted Koppel, a corporate agent, doing the bidding of the corporatist global machine at that time, is acting like he's sticking up for the poor little black dudes. Oh, poor them. These motherfuckers, they got it both covered. Here's the people at the top that won't say it's a white country, shut the fuck up and deal with it. We're the smarter ones. We got this. And you got Ted Koppel. He's on the other side saying, oh, how mean of you, when in reality, he's thanking God it's a white country. You dirty, filthy bastards.
Listen more to this break.
When they were saying, not really cut out. Hey, you remember the days, they hit a black football player in the knees, and no, that really sounds like garbage. If you forget to say so.
It's not garbage, Mr. Koppel, because I played on a college team, and the center fielder was black, and then the backfield at NYU with the fullback who was black. Never knew the difference of whether he was black or white. We were teammates, so it just might be that why are black men or black people not good swimmers?
1987, 1987, you got these white bastards. 1987, you got these white bastards, good cop and bad cop, and blacks till their brains fall out.
But Bray, if he went somewhere there, he said, why can't the black can't swim, Bray?
I know where he went, and I get it. I'm just saying Ted Koppel and these guys, nobody is bringing out the reality. They're hiding the reality that the white elite are not going to ever share with the blacks.
Well,
it's not going to happen.
Well, Ken Patterson is just a baseball player, so he may not be thinking on that level.
Whatever. I'm telling you, he's high enough that he knows what the bullshit to say. Now, I'm not saying he's handed a script like Colin.
He's going far outside of his lane here, Brady. Listen.
Yeah, he is. But the point
because
is,
they don't have the buoyancy.
Listen.
Might be that why are black men or black people not good swimmers? Because they don't have the buoyancy.
It may just be that they don't have access to all the country clubs and the pools. But I'll tell you what, let's take a break and we'll continue our discussion in a moment. Continuing Turkey's part.
ostracism by all of the other owners. The people that Red Smith used to call the fatheads who run baseball. Well, that phrase comes to mind because I think the real reason there are no black general managers is that there are a sufficient number of fatheads running baseball who think blacks aren't intelligent enough to be general.
There it is.
There you have it.
You see who's saying that, right, Bray?
Yeah. And he's assigning, he's not saying it as something to consider. He's saying it as an insult. Fucking filthy bastard. While he's in on doing just what he's carrying out the policies that he's talking about. Amazing.
Years, and he doesn't only have my respect. The Dodger record tells us what kind of a baseball man he is. But let's say what it is, that there is a sense that the black can work in the field. He can work in the cotton field, he can work on the ball field. But ask a black to use his brain, run a team, plan a team. Oh my goodness, you're talking about real integration there.
In 1987, John, do you know how valuable that would have been if in 1987 he switched and didn't use it as an insult, but brought up the fact that maybe this is just where blacks are at this time? Due to what Booker T. Washington brought up. In other words, you know, start at the bottom. You're not that far from the bottom, and it's okay because everybody who's at the bottom in the USA still lives like goddamn gods, you know. But no, he's got to make it look like somebody. There's just all of these qualified blacks, and oh my God, nobody's gonna let them in.
And everybody would let him in.
And you're a very decent man and a highly respected man in baseball. I confessed to you before we began this program, baseball is not one of my areas of expertise. I'd like to give you another chance to dig yourself out, because I think you need it.
Heard everybody gonna give him a chance to dig himself out.
Well, let me just say this, Mr. Koppel. How many executives do you have on a higher level or higher echelon in your business?
Yeah,
in TV. I mean,
you're absolutely right.
Oh, look, Ted Koppel, look at him. He's doubling down. You're absolutely right, because this industry's fucking filled up with racism too. God damn, it never ends with you. While he's saying that, they have no intentions of sharing the media with blacks.
You don't think so, Bray? You don't think he
not
want
a goddamn, not an intention number one.
Come on, Bray. He want blacks. He want
blacks. If they put him in, they're going to trot him out. If they put him in, the only way a black is going to get in on the media is with somebody's hand in his back telling him exactly what to fucking do on every fucking move.
He would let that Negro think or talk.
The thing here is, see, these whites are doing actually what Willie does to blacks. Willie is the blacks' worst enemy. You can't talk about the bottom as being anything dignified. Nope, not the Willie. You can't talk about the bottom being anything dignified. Nope, not to the race hustlers, white race hustlers, because they got to make it look like, there's plenty of qualified people. Rather than, even if there were, nobody's sharing at the top levels. This is a white country. The globe is a white globe right now. Hell, it may not be 100 years from now, but for fucking right now, it's a white goddamn globe. And I'll guarantee you, in 1987, it was real fucking white.
The white country for sure back in 1987, Ray. Look.
Or anchormen. How many black anchormen do you have?
Fortunately, there are. Yeah, fortunately, there are a few black anchormen. But if you want me to tell you why there aren't any black executives, I'm not going to tell you it's because the blacks aren't intelligent enough. I'm going to tell you because it is that whites have been running the establishment of broadcasting, just as they've been running the establishment of baseball for too long, and seem to be reluctant to give up power.
Gee, he said it. But the point is he used the word reluctant. See, he should have said, there's nothing to replace the power right now. Blacks aren't capable. That's what he could have said, but he couldn't say it. He should have. What? You got a black that's a brain here and one over here? Excuse me? Do you want to know how many fucking whites are all across this country with fucking IQs off the fucking charts? Do you want to try that? But no, he can't. He's got to make it look like whites are just evil. Not that we're magnificent. We're evil. Fucking piece of shit.
This is something to behold because Campanis does not back down, Brave.
I mean, that's what it finally boils down to, isn't it?
Well, we have scouts in our organization who are black and are very capable people. have never said that the blacks are not intelligent. I think many of them are highly intelligent, but they may not have the desire to be in the front office. I know that they have wanted to manage, and some of them have managed, but they're outstanding athletes, very God-gifted, and they're...
I gotta stop it right there. If he said that today, ooh, they were like, what you talking about? We athlete, we smart. He's basically tipping their head, his hat to them, saying they are great, outstanding athletes.
Yeah.
That is their value by and large, but they don't, they're not managers.
That's right.
There's nothing wrong with that, you know.
No, there's nothing.
Hey, Bray, you say you've been down at the bottom all your life.
All my life. And I
Right.
guarantee you something. There ain't nobody fucking when I got a shovel in my hand or I'm digging a post hole, I tell you what, I get the respect of a king the way I get that shit done.
But Brave,
By
you
any
told me,
coworker or
Brave,
by
I
any
remember you
person
tell-
employing me.
Brave, I remember you telling me one time, I never forget this shit. You like, I ain't want to be the manager.
Oh, I turn them down all the time, constantly.
But you said, man, I work the overtime and I make as much money as the manager.
And with all of my free time to think, Frederick Douglass, prick, bastard, because you can do a lot of quality thinking with menial tasks. And that's what I try to tell people that are at the bottom. There's no reason for you to be a dumbass. Your brain isn't even involved. Your brain isn't even preoccupied, and you're a dumbass. I can see a person that's making $200,000 a year being a dumbass because their brain has to focus on what they're doing in a maniacal manner. You're a dumbass at the bottom, not doing a goddamn thing that requires brain work, and you're still a dumbass. You've got all day to think while you're doing your job, and you're still a dumbass.
Doesn't make sense, does it, Brave?
It doesn't. I'm living proof. I've always said you can be at the fucking bottom and still be one of the rocking and rolling motherfuckers God ever put on earth. I've said that for fucking 50 years now.
Roger Kahn, I must say I'm flabbergasted. It seems to me we haven't made all that much progress in 40 years.
Ted, we haven't. Let me tell you about the prejudice in which baseball is so rich, or perhaps, impoverished. You can't be really rich in prejudice. A few years ago, for an adventure and to write a book, I bought a minor league team in Utica, New York. And I was the president of the Utica Blue Sox. And
so he could have appointed a GM to be over, a black GM to be over the team that he bought. See this?
Yeah.
Very prominent baseball man whom I don't want to identify said, you know, almost everybody loses money in the minor leagues, but you're going to make money because your kind always does. Baseball is, I say, rich or poor in that kind of prejudice. Jews always make money, blacks can't.
I ain't saying YouTube. That wasn't me.
Be careful.
Brave?
No, it's cronyism. That I don't even, whatever. It's just white cronyism and or small hat cronyism also. It's cronyism. Deal with it. What's the country like due to the cronyism? Look pretty fucking good to me. I'm a bottom feeder. Are you kidding me? Look at the fucking way I live. Look at the way I've lived my life. There's nobody who's lived as well as I lived in the history of the human species. Kings don't live as well as I've lived, and us bottom feeders live in the USA. Kings of old did not live as well as we live. With the comforts and the showers and the food and the meat cases and the fucking vegetable aisles and the foods and the packages and everything and the constant medical care when needed. Kings did not live as well as us bottom feeders live in this crony white world.
That is very true. Hey, Johnny Boy, you say, my boy Johnny Boy got stabbed in the neck, right, Brave?
Cut, more or less.
Yeah, cut, yeah.
Slash.
What was your experience like at that black hospital?
They basically.
You gotta speak up a little bit.
It basically was like, they let the students practice. So take that as you will.
You heard that, Brave?
Oh, that's been a known forever. The black.
Was the hospital clean? Was it clean?
Nah, the floors wasn't as clean as they should be. Definitely wasn't, but
Did they seem competent?
One of them did, but the other ones was like, what if we tried stitching it this way? And I'm like, nah, don't practice on me. Nah, I ain't no guinea pig. I want the teacher to do it, and stuff like that. And they wanted to inject me with all these injections, and nah, nope. talking about something that's gonna hurt. Nah, just go ahead and stitch me up. I don't need the painkiller. Y'all not playing with me. I like that. Don't give me the painkiller. Just stitch me up like how I'm supposed to be stitched and let me go. Practice on
You
the
think
next.
they did a good job of stitching you up? You got a big old scar.
Yeah, the scar was expected. They did the best they could, but you know.
No, it's been a known fact the inner cities are training grounds. Yeah.
But Bray, do you think that for gunshot stabs, like they really get a lot of practice, right? They got to practice you like
If a black man takes thank you black people for doing this to yourself. If a black man takes his lovely little daughter into the emergency room with a broken arm, there'll be some goddamn student working on her.
And they get better, and then they go to white neighborhoods when they got to deal with him.
Yeah.
That's how it works, right? Is that how it works, Bray?
Now, see, they could stay in those neighborhoods if they could walk outside the goddamn door, not worried about 3 teens shooting up the area. Or their car wouldn't be smashed windows when they walk out to go to their car. Or they could actually walk out at dusk as opposed to getting near dark, which is dangerous, or have to be escorted at dark by security guards. See, the whites could stay. The people that are learning and that learned finally could stay in that hospital if it was safe. But no, they have to scatter and run for their life.
You know, Bray, I just had this thought, Bray. As you can see, Johnny Boy not stupid, right?
No, he's not.
Stupid. He's not stupid. Right?
That's why I'm playing kind of rough with you, Johnny Boy. I'm telling you.
He can take it.
Man, I ain't playing.
But he can take it, so you can talk rough with
He's
him.
doing very good. He's doing very good.
Like, he ain't like DC Slam.
Yeah. No.
Right?
Nothing wrong with a little constructive criticism.
You see that? You heard that? You heard that, Bray?
How quickly he came up with that. Johnny Boy, you got brains. You're hiding. You ain't fooling me, fella.
He just got some disability issues. You dyslexic or something, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care.
But like the nigga run through a brick wall. At least for me. Ain't that right, nigga?
I just want Johnny Boy to get to where he admits I'm bullshitting around when I'm bullshitting around. That's what you got to do as a man. Stop saying if you're bullshitting and you don't want to be serious, let somebody know.
Yeah, basically saying, but the playground is closed. I can dig it.
That's all.
Dig it.
Yeah. Now, I think he's closer to being honest with himself than a lot of these overeducated blacks, to be honest with you. Because
he's doing better than Will or DC Slim or General Dave or any of them clowns.
Yeah,
those guys are in complete denial of everything they look at.
He's at peace with his lot in his life. He's not blaming anybody else.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't blame. Do you blame anyone for where you are?
Only person I got to blame is myself. I mean, I was doing good, and I let some things, get a hold of me when I shouldn't have. I should have just kept my focus, but I didn't. So I slipped and I lost, and now I'm just simply gotta get back to it. That's all.
Hey, did you hear what he said about Carmelo Anthony Brave?
Yeah, I think I did. Yeah.
And again, he's a guy. Again, he can't go up in the world, in my opinion. But down on the bottom, like in your neighborhood, he could be productive for someone who has the assets to make use of him. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I'd give him a place to live. It costs me nothing, right?
That's
right. Costs me nothing to give you a place to live, right? Right?
Time, maybe.
And all I ask is, just clean up a little bit.
Which I did do.
And he's got time to now go off and make money for other people. I got tools, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
That you can use to go make money in the neighborhood. None of these blacks cutting grass and shit like that. So he can make some money just by virtue of using my tools in the neighborhood. Just imagine if I give you all the tools to cut grass, weed eat, what else? Shovels, drills, brake. You be the man in your community. You probably already got those tools.
Oh, yeah, I do.
But if you didn't have it and somebody gave it to you, that would be a lifeline for you.
Oh, as a young man, if I was between jobs or something, and somebody hands me all kinds of garden tools, yeah, I'm going door to door.
Landscaping.
Nigga, if you just came out of rehab, and I said, I got a place for you to live, and here's some tools.
I can utilize that, but
You gonna hit the ground running, Brady. Come on now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Huh?
Oh yeah. I'd fucking I'd call you up and say, I got this. Hey John, I just spotted this. How about if I spend about 3 hours on this for you? Boom.
And then my next door
John,
neighbor.
while I was doing this, I was walking by and I saw this. You want me to do a couple hours on this?
And then my next door neighbor might see you out doing work, and she said, "Come over here and do some work for me." Right?
Yeah.
This is the black neighborhood where no one wants to work,
That's right.
and anybody willing to work is going to stand out.
When I hear people, and I said this, my first foray into talk shows, when I got on any talk shows, was my first number one thing is stop warring on the mediocre, you dumb bastard motherfuckers. Stop warring on the mediocres. There's too many of us. You need us. We're very valuable to the overall society, you stupid fucking bastards. No, I didn't say the cuss words, but I said it with just as much emphasis. You sick bastards talking about everybody's got to do something magnificent. Shut your goddamn mouth, you filthy, vile fucking creatures. I'll tell you what I did that's magnificent. I can shut the hell any of you intelligent motherfuckers down and fucking prove to where you're talking like goddamn fools. I do that real well. Is that okay if I achieve that? Because the rest of it don't look like shit. I'm a ditch digger. You're fucking with the wrong ditch digger here.
Think well enough to be general managers.
It is a phenomenal kind of single-mindedness, but what really surprises me is it's 40 years. I mean, 40 years since we made that incredible breakthrough. I say we, I had nothing to do with it. Since that breakthrough was made, what's it going to take for the next breakthrough to come around?
Well, 40 years in King Lear, to use a phrase from a writer I admire, is an inch of time. Here's something I think that I saw happen. Walter O'Malley, the late president of the Dodgers, one of the great money-making executives and entrepreneurs in baseball, happened to be a trustee of a little private school that I went to. And one day at a game where Jack was playing, invited me into his private box to meet an unemployed California politician who had had more than one drink. And the politician was studying and watching Jackie Robinson, this black in a sea of white faces. And even though he'd had some drinks, he was studying it. Some years later, this unemployed California politician got a job, and his name was Earl Warren. I like to think, and I believe I'm right, that what Earl Warren saw Jackie Robinson do had something to do with Earl Warren shaping the Brown Board of Education decision, so that the Jackie Robinson adventure in Brooklyn is still having its good effect in the fact that Earl Warren worked to get American schools integrated.
Yeah, and I have to point out to a number of people who may be too young to remember, Earl Warren ultimately made it to the Supreme Court, became Chief Justice of the US Supreme Court. Let me get back, Al Campanis, to you, and let's close out this discussion.
The building's in the backdrop. I don't know where it was. Probably ahead of there. Stop there. Look at the intricacies and the engineering and the complicated thought that went into that fucking building of everything behind him. And he's talking about blacks getting in on that shit. Is he out of his fucking mind? See how these people are sickening? Blacks can't even fucking they haven't figured out how to do anything. And look at the backdrop of what whites have done. And he thinks, oh, maybe blacks will catch up. Are we fucking crazy?
This is a very interesting, Brave. I think Campanis is going to say
talk about Jackie Robinson's discussion with a little more talk about Jackie Robinson himself then. How long was it before all that kind of hustling, all that kind of the high spikes, all the balls deliberately thrown at him, how long before that ended? How much of that did he have to put up with?
Well, in Montreal it started, and it was despicable, not only the knocking him down with high pitches, but sliding into him very hard. I would say after about 4 years or 3 years in the big leagues, he was really accepted as an outstanding ball player, and they treat him just like everybody else. But it did take some time. He had to show that he was an outstanding ball player. They respected his ability, and I think all of that throwing at him, trying to hurt him on a double play and things of that nature became something of the past.
What about the business that Don Newcomb was talking about there before? When the guys were on the road together, the white players would stay in one hotel, the black players would have to stay in another hotel. I mean, there weren't that many black players in those days.
Well, I think that was, Mr. Koppel, that was very early on. That occurred, I think, in 1947, perhaps in 1948, spring training. But after that, they were very integrated.
I have a less sanguine view, if I may. 1953, Jack came to me and said the
You this shit, bro. I got something else to say.
Cardinal bench was calling him names which I wouldn't say even to my own kids, let alone on national television. And he said, I've been doing this for 7 years, and I don't feel I should have to take that bleep anymore. Would you do me a favor? Would you put it in the paper? And I sure did.
And what was the public reaction then? As I said at the beginning, he clearly was an instantaneous hero in the black community. I mean, he suddenly made it possible for black kids all over the country to identify with at least one player on the field in the major leagues. What did it do to the rest of the country? Was there any sense of shame?
I think there was a sudden awareness. I was myself raised in Brooklyn in a liberal Roosevelt Democratic ambiance. When I first saw Jack in 47, and Jimmy Cannon, the late columnist, wrote the memorable line, "He is the loneliest man I've ever seen in sports." When I first saw that, I suddenly said, I never realized this whole thing is white. It's an outrage. It's a disgrace. And
Right? You never realized this whole thing. Baseball, created by whites. It was created by whites.
I guarantee you a lot of them headaches those blacks faced were exaggerated and lied about, John. I understand they were white racists, but I guarantee you, in a setting like that, whites just aren't that. When they're getting paid and they got income, they aren't stupid, man.
But he said at best it lasted 4 years, and he proved his medal that he wasn't a DEI baseball player, and they respected him. Okay, it was 4 years. You started off at the bottom. Not unlike many professions, you get razzed. As a beginning football player, you got to pay for rookie lunches and meals and stuff like that. It's like a rite of passage. To be honest with you, as blacks in America, we have to prove our medal. There's nothing wrong with that. He proved his medal.
Well, I think there was a bit of a shortcoming in the circumstance of if he can walk onto the field and perform. It's like if a certified electrician and somebody else walks onto the field that studied up and didn't get certified formally, but yet knows every fucking thing that certified electrician knows, then at that point, the razzing should be lessened.
But he still have to prove himself. He still have to prove himself.
Yes, you have to prove it.
And
of course.
so what he did was he just had to
the
prove
point
himself.
Is at that time, there was racism, so I'm not.
All right, but he proved himself, and they accepted him.
Yes. So I'm just saying that there was some headaches.
Hold on. Okay, yeah, but goddamn, if you're at the bottom, you're gonna life is a headache.
I know it, but there was
You're at the
headaches
fucking
that were
bottom.
exaggerated, that were extended, and could have been stopped much easier.
Okay, fair enough. All right,
That's
so
all
we'll split the baby.
All right.
He could have had a shorter headache.
Yes,
Mr. Briggs said. Their headache could have just been a little bit milder.
They could have, yes.
There's all Briggs yet. There's all Briggs
He
yet.
walked onto the fucking field outperforming them bastards. At that point,
Well,
that
no,
you don't have to.
no, that's not what they said. They said he had to learn how to be a baseball player.
Oh, okay, all right.
He's a fullback or something coming out of school.
Okay.
He's a baseball player.
And then
He's a
again, we're
football
back to splitting the hairs. Give him a year, and that son of a bitch was kicking ass.
All right, fair enough. Let me play some more. I'll be right back.
it made me aware of the racism in which I had grown up, not in the Deep South, but in Brooklyn. And I feel of Jack that somebody said, well, what did he do for his race? Here's what he did. His race is humanity. He did a lot for all of us.
And what did he do for integration as it? I mean, it was years really before 1954, before Brown v. Board of Education. So that was 7 years after Jackie Robinson came into baseball. It seems so strange to me that we're able to see that kind of integration on the field, and yet not be able to visualize it in the clubhouse, not be able to visualize it in the managerial suites, and in all fairness, Mr. Campanis, you're right, not be able to visualize it in the executive suites at the networks and in some of the major newspapers. We've all been much too slow. What reasons do you attribute that to, Mr. Campanis?
Well, Mr. Koppel, I think that Jackie Robinson probably did more for the acceptance of a black athlete than anyone that I have seen or known. But what you've got to realize that when you had the problems from the Civil War, it becomes a thing that doesn't happen overnight. I think Jackie did a tremendous job in making the black athlete acceptable in the areas in which had never occurred before, namely playing professional Major League Baseball. And if you look back and think about the fact that it took so long for an athlete, you've got to realize it's going to take a little time also for executives and managers. They have to sort of get into this just about the rate that Jackie did, which took a long time.
That's funny. Herman's got a golden statement there. Oh, your chat moved fast. Oh, there it is. Victim small hat identifies with black. Huge surprise. Herman, that small hat isn't identifying with blacks. He's using him as a cover. That way, if he points to the blacks as getting abused, they can say, see, they're not just, it's just not us. These white people are pieces of shit. That small hat understood. He wasn't identifying as in poor, the both of us. He was using that black man as a front and a prop.
Because
that's what they use the blacks as.
Because
and
he could have
they're still doing it.
He could have hired a black general manager for the team
Oh,
that he
there's
bought.
1,000 things they could have done immediately that they didn't do.
Yeah, that is very true.
They just wanted to know, and it's not going to happen to this day. When you hear people, black owners of NFL, black this, black man. Sorry, the people at the top don't want to share the planet with black people yet. I don't know how much longer it's going to go, but it's obvious. Damn.
It's just rough talk for the blacks, bro. They think that they can make a couple $100,000 a year, and the white man just going to share the world with them.
Oh, you come on in. Oh, we like you now. Oh, yay. Bring yourself, and we're not going to worry about your sister you bring with her 3 crazy kids that'll shoot guns all over the streets. Why, hell no. Come on in. Fucking. Or the people at the very top. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. In their all-white club, they're going to invite blacks in. Jesus, God almighty, man. It's so sad.
They need to show some dignity about themselves. Build all black clubs that are so desirous that white people will want to join, right? Wouldn't that make more sense?
Yes, that's what I said on CT show 4 years ago.
You know,
tried to tell me the whites wanted him in their neighborhood. I said, do you realize how pathetic you sound when you're sitting there wishing whites wanted you to live around them? Where's your fucking dignity at? And then I said, blacks, find yourself. Get some dignity about yourself. Who cares if they don't want you? Quit pretending they do. God, that's disgusting. God damn.
You know, this is one of the reasons why I talk about the chitlin circuit so often is because there was a chitlin circuit restaurant in my hometown where I grew up, and no, there were white customers, Bray.
Oh, look at Ryan. If a black contributes and adds value to our company, us whites are fine with him. That's fucking pathetic.
But you hear me, Bray?
I'm sorry.
There was some black restaurants in my hometown during, it was segregation. I remember my mother telling me about the story. That whites would come there and get food. They come over into the black areas and get food from this black man. He would make some, and I'll see if I can Google it. But what I'm saying is that if you have something good, you'll be able to sell it to all races.
Yes.
Even in a segregated neighborhood, if it's really, really good, at
least your people will be your sole customer.
Yeah,
they'll say to hell with white man.
Yeah.
In large numbers.
Right.
It's not complicated, John. It's not.
Yeah, it's definitely not complicated.
You know, I've always been arrogant, but John, I got a little more arrogant the other day.
What was that?
Because I always have to tell myself, look, because I've always said, when I was a young man, I said, I need to go get checked about my superiority complex. And then it dawned on me it's not a complex and that I was indeed superior. So my arrogance has always grown throughout the years. Yes, the other day, because thanks to you and your show, my arrogance grew again.
How is it, right?
When that Booker T said what he said, and I've been saying that for fucking 40 years. I said, look at the geniuses I'm in alignment with.
Yeah.
Look at John, I've said them exact same things for 40 fucking years. It's the bottom. It doesn't matter the top. It's the bottom that if you do it well, you're still a fine, upstanding individual.
Yeah, indeed. You know, Bray, look who we got here. We ain't had Rashu in the audience in a long time.
Oh, Rashu. Let's hear our buddy Rashu. How you doing, Rashu? Knock the screen down and bring him up, John. I don't see him anywhere. Oh, he's on the phone?
No, the comment right there, Rashu.
Oh, where's the? Oh, I didn't see it.
You see it on the screen.
Salute. Oh, salute. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't
Rashu
know
ain't seen it.
for what. I thought he was up.
He just saying, hello to the
I'll stop by, Rashu.
Yeah, haven't seen him in a long time. He's a fairly young man as well. John ain't lying. The white people would come to the children's area. The food is good in the area. Yeah, and that's what I experienced. And my mother told me those stories. I never forgot them, Brave. Honestly,
there was a black barbecue. John. There was a famous black barbecue. He had a bar. It was. I'm not going to give you the name, but his facility was, hand to God, it was 10 feet wide by 20 feet long.
Is that right?
And he had a grill at the end of that. And he had wood stacked all around that building. And it was called So-and-so's Barbecue. That dude never hurt for money.
Yeah.
There were white people in and out that motherfucker all day long. It was known the white community over, and his whole restaurant was known the white community over. Let's go get a sandwich and boom. Or if a boss bought sandwiches for his crew, boom, to his barbecue they went for sandwiches.
Yeah.
And he did that starting, I think, easily in 1950s. And I'm telling you, there were people saying, I guarantee you, there were people calling it, instead of so-and-so's barbecue, when they went there and ate, they called it niggas barbecue. I guarantee it. That's when he started. We're going to go to the nigga barbecue. God damn, these blacks pissing and moaning about shit. Just shit. It falls into place. But that Booker T, that excerpt, John, has to, that exposition, man, that's not more famous blows my fucking mind.
Yeah, that is something, right, bro?
God damn it, John. Why isn't that common knowledge? Where's all the black men? Why are you the only black man I've ever seen advance that?
I know that is very interesting, right, bro? Booker T. Washington.
Exposition in 1895. He
spoke
of a spiritual existence that can be that you can't equal.
Bro, you know what else he said in that speech?
I didn't read the whole speech yet. I got it saved though.
He said this. Oh, Brave. Oh, you gonna let this one right here, Brave? Let me search it from Google instead of I don't know why my browser keeps switching to Yahoo. Anyway,
listen to our buddy Big Dog saying that Booker T was full of shit when he said that.
Listen to
Big Dog. He's too smart for that. Why did Big Dog say that? That's an indication that if a nice guy like Big Dog is that misled, think of all these people that are misleading people and using it as a weapon. Blacks that are using it as a weapon, like Wills. No, being at the bottom ain't allowed. Oh, God. Oh.
Look at this, Brave.
What did he say now?
I don't know if you can see it, but he says this.
It's pretty small, but such a positive response. Can you enlarge it a little?
Now this isn't all. Is this the exact speech? Let me get the exact speech. Is
that the exposition part of it, or separate?
Yeah, but this is someone quoting him. Let me just pull up the exact speech.
Okay.
Damn, where's the exact speech? Give me 1 second. Jesus Christ. I don't know. Oh, here it is. All right. And let me zoom in a little bit so you can see it. All right, here it is. So here's Booker T. Washington. And he says, he's talking to the blacks.
Are you going to highlight it?
Yeah, he said, we shall stand by you. And he's talking about white people. White people are the you that he's talking about. With a devotion that no foreigner, diversity people, can approach. Ready to lay down our lives, McNamara's morons, all these military blacks, if need be, in defense of yours. He's talking about white people.
Right.
Interlacing our industrial, commercial, civil, and religious life with yours in a way that shall make the interests of both races one. The interests of both races one. In all things that are purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers. Yet one is the hand in all things essential to mutual progress. That was Booker T. Washington.
Do you know how many blacks would disagree with that? That's why blacks are so fucked up. That's why I call them 70%ers. Listen to what that man said, lay down right there. God damn it, it can't be put any plainer. Booker T said this. These fucking white people got something going on.
Yeah.
Don't get in the fucking way of that locomotive. Get the fuck out of the way. Get off the tracks, you dumb fucking niggas. What are you doing?
That's what he was telling them back in, I guess it's 18. I can't remember when this is, Greg. But that is, those are some interesting words, Brave, because a lot of the blacks they desire to socialize with whites instead of building their own industry. But they're never going to be able to compete as well with the whites. It's just the way it is.
What's he say? He says the fingers in the hand, in the palm of the hand. It's all one. They're separate, but it's still a hand. That's what I've said when I first grabbed on to fucking I'm getting the fuck away from blacks. I said, I don't want laws stopping you from shopping where I'm shopping. I don't want laws stopping you from fucking buying gas where I'm buying gas. I don't want laws to stop you from moving in around me. I'm just asking you, don't move your black asses in around me. Your culture's too fucked up. Leave us white people alone. Our culture, even at the bottom, is too magnificent for you black people to pollute up. That's all I ever said.
I see Dolomite. He's talking about the whole Clarence Thomas decision. We'll have to get to that in another point, Brave. Man, when I saw someone said, yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, he has a lot more intelligence than your brother. I'm just being honest, fuck it, right? I can tell him that.
Why is what?
Someone said Johnny Boy in the background, very disciplined. Yeah, he is more disciplined. That's why I was able to work with you from a young child and not your brother. When your brother crazy as hell.
Yeah.
Right? But Brave, I was watching the Frojacks. And I've been thinking about this since I watched it with Andre Williams. And then this whole birthright citizenship. And I haven't delved deep enough into it. I was reading Clarence Thomas's opinion, though. And at one point, he says in the ruling, black people had nowhere to go. Basically, it was kind of an Andre Williams argument that we're here, we were brought here, we don't have anywhere else to go. But then there was a movement to send black people back to Africa. So that wasn't the prevailing sentiment.
We wouldn't survive it.
That everyone, that all of the white people wanted black, they saw blacks as equal.
Well,
you have to be honest with yourself.
Yeah, fuck no, they didn't.
There'd have been a lot of them saying, hey man, I don't know what we need to do with these people, but they definitely don't have the rights that we have. It's reasonable. Right? Like, how the fuck are you gonna get some slaves the same rights as you? That doesn't even make sense.
No,
hell, I think whites were discriminating against poor whites.
John, I guarantee you, if you look back at the slaves, I'm guaranteeing you, ask anybody, you got two places in history you're going to land. You're going to land on a plantation, or you're going to land in Africa in 1705. Where do you want to be? Every last motherfucking one of them will say, put me on the plantation.
Yeah, but I guess
In
what
other
I'm
words,
saying,
it wasn't even that is just the ridiculous part about it.
well, I guess where I'm going with this, Brave, and this is kind
Go
of
ahead, yeah.
this is some ugly, real ugly talk, and it's stemming from what I saw with Andre Williams. You know what I'm saying? Like I think blacks have so fatigued other people that they're like, man, get the hell away from me. Like, matter of fact, like this whole constitution, this country wasn't meant for you. That's what the Frojace guy says. In the Clarence Thomas ruling, he's pointing to historical writings and thoughts that a reasonable man would say these people were not talking about black people. Even though they dragged their ass over here, they weren't extending rights to us. It has been the benevolence of the white man over the years that they've given us rights. And so I think that blacks really need to put more emphasis on earning the right to be here, as opposed to just saying, well, we were here for you, dragged us over here, white man. That's kind of, there's no dignity in that.
No, it's the same way as a family has a kid, go 300 years back, and a family's got some goddamn kid that wants to lay around drunk, and the other two kids are the only ones tilling the fields and repairing the farm and doing the livestock, and the third kid wants to lay around drunk. It's like what the third kid that wants to lay around drunk, he doesn't have any say-so in thing. He doesn't do anything. And I know blacks were working. I'm not saying they were laying around drunk. What I'm saying though is if the blacks weren't contributing to the extent that the whites were, and they weren't, the whites were doing all the brain work and the labor combined.
Right.
The blacks didn't match up to that in any way, shape, or form. So it was only natural that the whites said, get the fuck out of our way. Just stand back and be who you are.
Right. And, I
now
think
the blacks reinforce it by being disgustingly hard to get along with. Great. But smooth move, blacks.
I think that's an uncomfortable truth in that when you look at the Hispanics, they earn their right to be here. Like, there would be a lot of people fighting for them to stay here if we tried to round them all up. There would be a lot of other groups of people saying, no. If we just went full board trying to get rid of every damn Hispanic, every Rodriguez, I don't think that will work. Matter of fact, it might harm the economy.
Might, John.
Right.
John.
But
I'm not talking about their spending habits, buddy. I'm talking about the industry they make go around with their labor.
Fair enough. And,
whoa, folks, if you only knew.
And so they've kind of earned their citizenship by virtue of wedging themselves into the economy where you can't replace them without pain. They earn the right. Like, you start at the bottom and they earn their way to demand some things. Correct?
Yep.
I think the blacks, like, where is their position where they can demand some other than we were dragged over here?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not their DEIs, not their affirmative actions.
Man, really don't mess around with the black Americans too much.
He said even the Africans. So when you were in the shelter, were there Africans in the shelter?
There were only two.
Did they associate with the blacks?
Not really. They mostly kept to themselves. And then I tried to talk to, I think his name was Bob Batune. I tried to talk to him and everything like that because we had some of the same issues going on, but he was just like, no. So I left him to his own devices.
Yeah, so, Brady, I'm telling you, it's a very weak argument. Hey, you dragged us over here as slaves. We belong here now.
It's not an argument. Basically, they owe us for dragging them over here. They owe us reparations that they landed in this human experiment.
The way
all
you frame
considered top to bottom, even when they got here. Again, take your choice. You're coming here in 1700, 1650, or you're going to Africa in 1650.
Right.
You got two choices. Which one you going to? All 100 people, black or white, would say, no, put me on the plantation. I don't want to go to Africa in 1650.
Right? Right. I tell you, Brady. Boy, you be giving me in trouble, Bray. That's what I'm like. Sever ties with you, Bray.
You're just getting dangerous, John.
What did she say? What did boy? Did she mention B Bray? I tell you, we gotta.
Nah,
we got about 3.
She probably blamed you alone.
Bray, we probably got about 3 or 4 theme songs now. The blacks, they create theme songs about us.
Good, too bad. Keep them coming because we ain't shutting up. And right now, what we're saying needs to be said more than anything that's being said on these streets.
And you know, Brave, this is going to be an interesting experiment, for the blacks. I went up on Izzy Band's panel yesterday after we ended the stream here. And, Izzy Band is a critic of me. And I said, hey, he's Johnny Boy. And he wanted to speak to Johnny Boy. He's trying his best to find some type of criticism. But Johnny Boy said, hey, man, I have nowhere else to go. And you're, you offered me a place. And I think, they these blacks that are up here talking their pro-black stuff, they need to be down on the street offering their fellow, the one that's willing that has some value, like him.
I think he would offer out.
They need to be down here on the ground offering them opportunity instead of expecting
for God's sakes, at the very least, quit fucking insulting the blacks that are doing it.
Yeah.
How can they call you any names?
Yeah.
Other than a fine, upstanding individual. What the fuck are they talking about? They live in dream worlds, John. That's what I'm telling you. I don't use the word psychopath lightly. These motherfuckers are out of their minds with lying, lack of guilt, and absolutely no empathy, no real consideration of what the hell's out there in the way of human circumstances.
I think Bomb Cherry just wants me to come up on her panel. I don't know if I've ever been on her panel. Yeah, I have once or twice. She does that Zoom stuff.
Oh God, I couldn't even imagine being on her panel. It's just way too much self-pity. It's like, Jesus Christ, poor us till our brains fall out. My fucking God. Jesus Christ. That's a few times I've heard her on other panels. It's like, oh Lord. And she talks like she's an elder, wise elder. Motherfuck, boy, does that fucking get on my nerves. As a wise elder, that pisses me off.
We had her up here. She was talking about how she doesn't wash her hair for like 6 months at a time. You remember that?
Yeah.
She do that.
I don't even know if that's what the circumstances are. All I'm saying is just like, why would that's probably excessive, honey. Probably if you made a case for once every 3 weeks, maybe because of the different oils in the scalps and stuff like that. But 6 months,
half a year.
And I'll guarantee you, that head's getting wetted down. So she just cursed me out and called me all types of gay for about 4 minutes straight.
She ended the stream. Brave. I think this would be a good experiment. The black down at the bottom. Can the long arm of the government, which is the Salvation Army, help him better than I can?
John,
we're gonna find out. We're gonna find out, right?
I'll find out, but I'm gonna tell you something, Daddy.
It's all up to him. It's not up to me.
I know. What I'm saying though, the circumstances he had. The circumstances in that Salvation Army were very healthy.
Yeah.
They were very healthy because there's not enough John Galts, John.
Yeah.
If I ended up in that Salvation Army, giving them my food stamps wouldn't have bothered me a bit because that's where I'm eating every day. That's where I'm showering, cleaning up. That's where I've got to go out and get a job. If they got me a bed and it's only 3 dudes and not 15 in the same room and they're screening people, I don't care if it's extra.
Do they screen the people that come in?
They don't let them come in stoned and high on heroin. I guarantee you that.
But they were having withdrawals in your bedroom, right?
Yeah, they from the drugs they were on. Yeah, definitely were doing that. But like
they definitely had withdrawals.
The real only issue I had with the Salvation Armies was I had to work, and I'm working, and I'm like that pay, like no, and then you gotta give up your phone, you gotta give up every goddamn thing.
Well, while you're there, if there was no John Galt, Johnny boy, if there was no John Galt, I'm telling you, you were still in a good place. They were still doing fine by you.
So now he doesn't have to give up his phone. I ain't taking your phone, am I?
That's right. So you got a John Galt. So praise the Lord. But if without a John Galt, do you know how many people they help? In other words, Johnny, I get what you're saying, but don't speak negatively of it like you are.
I'm not necessarily saying it was negative.
All right,
you
all
know,
right.
but it was a double-edged sword. It cut both ways.
That's what when you're at the bottom and you really bottomed out. And I'm not talking about the bottom in dignity. I'm talking about when you're at the bottom, Big Daddy, where you're at. Somebody's going to have to make rules for you, and it wouldn't bother me a bit. Yeah,
that's a good statement, Bray, because it may not be for you per se, but it's for the other ones who really need it.
Yes.
That
gives you a place to fit in. I would be very appreciative of them keeping that atmosphere for me, who knows I'm going to be out of here. And while I'm here, thank you for creating this.
Yeah.
I would be full of nothing but thanks. Now, don't get me wrong. John's offering you something way better. But God damn it, Johnny boy, that Salvation Army circumstances was a godsend. It was a godsend.
Yeah. Yeah, he could definitely make it work.
Show Johnny Boy pictures of people living under bridges in Mumbai.
I've seen
things.
Trust and believe.
That's all you got to do, Johnny Boy. Just look at those pictures. Look on the internet. Look on your phone and go to Indonesia, and look at fathers living with their families under tarps, scrounging a whole day for food. Where the Salvation Army put a plate of food in front of you at the end of the evening. And all you had to do was work. God damn, man. I was very impressed with what the Salvation Army had going on myself. Very impressed.
I think I'm not disagreeing with the program. I think that these type of programs, I forget, there's a term for it, but they end up, there's like mission creep. That's the term.
Uh-huh.
Their initial mission was honorable, but then you flood the non-profit sector with billions and billions of dollars. You can't blame them from going to getting some of the money. And how do you get some of the money? Well, you tell Johnny Boy, give me your food stamps.
Well,
and then you industrialize feeding people. Where you can do it profitably. You get donations. You commercialize the receiving of donations and the selling of those donations. There's nothing wrong with any of that, but I'm just saying that you start to shift where your priorities are.
I don't think they shift as bad as you're saying, John. I think what's happening is people aren't appreciating it for what it is, and what you're seeing is too many people continuously reverting back to their need. Whereas, as opposed to using it as a leap forward, they're reverting back to them. So I think you're assigning them a little bit of a bit of some negative energy because they've got a revolving door. Oh, you're back. They don't want them back. They just said you're back. Come on in.
Well, I don't know do they have a revolving door? They probably do.
They say you can get 3 attempts in a year. Then after that, you gotta wait to next year or whatever.
3 attempts in a year. And so again, there is some money at play here. That is a driving motivator.
Because that's why our nation that's why this white culture is so magnificent over all other experiments in the history of the human species. Look at what our experiments do for the very people that are on their face.
Yeah.
Johnny, you never had to cook a meal, did you, while you were there?
No, I didn't.
You do food every day. Did you get breakfast and supper?
Yeah.
And lunch?
And lunch.
Yeah.
Damn it! What I'm saying is, I understand the government isn't the end all, but right now, the blacks need the government to the point to where, oh my Lord, the government is not something to be talking negatively about right now because there's not the charity will never keep up with it. I used to hear Rush Limbaugh talk about charity replacing the need for government safety nets. And I'm going, in my mind, I'm going, are you out of your fucking mind? There's no way anybody has enough money to share that.
No, that's true.
The safety net is printed money, Rush.
That's very true.
It's printed money. You think charity can keep up with printed money? No, the printed money is falling into the laps of the American experiment.
It's the Salvation Armies and all these other nonprofits.
Yes.
Because again, they were going to help him find housing if he went through a program, which means that there probably was going to be funding to pay for your deposit, something like that.
No, like if I had landed a job, if I was one of the people they would hire, that was it.
But they were probably going to help you get an apartment or something like that, I would imagine. So, so a lot of these things where I think it is distorted the black underclass because someone like him chose an external agency over me. Now he's back to me, and in a controlled environment.
John, you're giving him freedoms. They didn't.
That's what I was about to go to. In a controlled environment, the only variable that's floating is his freedom.
Right.
So can he handle his freedom?
That will be the question going forward, folks. The Johnny Boys episodes. We're watching you, Johnny.
Can he
Johnny,
handle his
hey,
freedom?
Johnny, if you end up back at the Salvation Army, nobody's going to cuss you out, though, buddy.
Yeah, I'm sure someone will.
But just don't worry. But we got an eye on you now, Johnny. but we're not. But it's nothing. It's nothing negative, Johnny. It's just people just seeing. Hey, is Johnny going to do it this time, or is he going to say the hell with it again? Because that's what you've been doing in the past, is doing a little bit of an effort and then saying to hell with it. Which is, Johnny, that's okay. That's like I said.
If I was to go back there, I mean, I would have no choice but to stay because all avenues would be gone.
Nah, John will open it. Anytime you want to give it a whirl with John,
And see, there and again, I think that you can tell that it's still embedded in his brain that he has a backstop. You can hear him. If I go back there,
I said if I was to
right,
ever
if
go.
like once you decide which direction you're going, there is no if I go back. Would you say that's fair, Brave?
Oh, John, you're talking
That's
to a
self-doubt.
bottom. I know. You're talking to a bottom feeder, and to me, what you're calling self-doubt is the realization that you tend to fucking do things in an unconventional manner, Brave.
Well,
That's not self-doubt. It's just a matter of. It's just, again, it's self-realization, which is the very most important part of your existence in life. Is you tend to do things in an unconventional manner. You might end up back where you were. It ain't the world ending.
Right, but at some point
I wouldn't label it self-doubt. That's too negative.
Okay, well, at some point you do know that he's cognizant that he could go back.
Yes.
Which means that he still is looking kind of in the rearview mirror. At some point, he doesn't look through the rearview mirror anymore.
I think the better you are at saying, look, I might end up going back, is the better you are at convincing yourself that, well, do I want to or don't I? So the more you question, do I want to or don't I, the more you're always going to come, even if you don't adhere to your decision, you're always going to come down on the side of I don't want to come back. So really, the switching back and forth is a positive to a bottom feeder. John, you got to remember something. You're talking to a dyed-in-the-wool, fucking philosophical, scientific bottom feeder. I know what it's all about.
There you have it. Johnny Boy, what do you think you're going to be in a week from now? We'll get you on record here.
More than likely, I'll probably still be with you.
What do you think, Brave?
I think he'll still be with you, and in 2 weeks, I think he'll need the forced routine back upon him because, Johnny Boy, I'm not saying this. You spoiled yourself with freedom when you're on your own devices. You don't understand curtailing your own desires, my young man, and that's where the Salvation Army will help you. John's leaving you to your own desires right now. Johnny Boy, he's the man right now. You're your own man, Johnny
You
Boy.
think I'm giving him too much freedom, Brave?
No. What you're doing is a godsend to this young man. What you're doing is you're letting him, even if he ends up back there, the point is that you gave him this opening. Let him feel this. You're letting him feel the other side of needing somebody to structure you. You're letting him feel what it's like to structure himself, to provide his own structure. No, this is the most positive thing that could happen in his life that you're doing for him right now. But I'm just saying, if he goes back, it's not a failure. Johnny Boy, the fact that you want to try this means you took a jab at it, young man.
Yeah.
That's what it's about. In other words, stop cussing yourself out for tripping and falling again. Just get the fuck back up and call John again. Say, John, I want to try it for a couple of weeks again. What the hell you got for me? And the next time it might go 4 weeks. Hell, pretty soon it might be 6 months. But that Salvation Army, man, don't blow that. Don't blow that, Johnny Boy. That sounds, I'm telling you, as a bottom feeder, that sounds like heaven to me. If I could go to a place and have that structure and have everybody else have to behave by rules, because I'm very good with rules. As a bottom feeder, I understand one thing. I don't make my own rules in certain circumstances. I go by other people's rules, and it don't bother me because it's what's in my brain and my heart that I'm a free man. Not because somebody wants to direct me what to do with my body in labor.
Yeah. Johnny Boy, you ever had Connie Machado with a rappers? Brenda ever made that?
Connie Asada. Yeah. It's roasted.
With a rapist? What's a rapist? It's tacos, like flour.
I'm not sure about that one.
A rapist, I think it's the tortillas or whatever it is now. Anyway, Brave, I better put him to work today, Brave. Get him to work.
Get him out there.
Get him out there. It's a good day to get started. Any last words, Brave?
Folks, when you hear somebody like Wills and the General Daves and the fucking dude in Australia acting like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, folks, right now, blacks are in such need of Booker T. Washington's advice on how to be at the bottom with dignity. I don't think there's any more better advice right now that any of the black community could ever get their hands on than to take that 8 expositions from 1895 and frame it in all classrooms. Frame it everywhere you go. Frame it and make it known to all the fucking Roland Martins and the fucking Jades and these black commentators and the Dr. Richard Richies, and put that in their face, because that right there that's about humanity, and blacks are human.
Which quote did you like best, though, Brave?
When you're at the bottom, do what the fuck you do best at the bottom, because you're not going to be at the bottom in the eyes of other people.
You know, the quote that I like best was this one right here, Brave. This is it right here. In all things that are purely social, we can be as separate as the fingers, yet one is the hand in all things essential to mutual progress. And I think a lot of conflict will go away.
You're right, John, and that's why we're a team, because that quote would be my second most favorite. That quote put together with the other one where it says, when you're at the fucking bottom, it's not your fucking mind and soul that has to be at the bottom. God damn it.
Yeah, and again, it sounds like segregation to some, but if the blacks whip their lower class into shape like the whites did, it wouldn't be so bad.
Not at all. John, I'm telling you, someday we're going to do that. You'll get a kick out of it because you went around my neighborhood on Google. I'll give you addresses, and I'll show you goddamn places where you can see a goddamn $500,000 home across the street from a fucking house with siding falling off of it. And ain't nobody moving. Blacks can do the same goddamn thing if they just got a hold of their black trash and the percentage of their horrible, violent black trash isn't even that large. That's what's sad about it. It's the 70%, like the Wills that are pissed at Whitey, that want to keep that 3% viable so that they're weaponized against Whitey.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
What is T talking about? You like the? I'm sorry, not T. T had a thumbnail. I didn't see T's thumbnail.
Oh, what is it? What is it?
I don't know what she's referring to. She says maybe she's talking about the thumbnail for this stream. What's the thumbnail for this stream? Oh, it's the Salvation Army. Oh, yeah. You saw it?
No, I didn't. I gotta get the joint activated.
Oh, you gotta get your phone. Hey, what you
Did
gotta
a
do?
thumbnail on what?
I think she's talking about for the stream.
For your stream. Oh.
Yeah. But Brave, I gotta get out of here, man. I'm gonna put him to work here, Brave.
Take it easy, everybody. God damn it, John. You rock, man. Don't you ever hey, you know what? If anybody brings you up to me, I'm going, yeah, he's a pretty cool dude, man. Anything you got to say, I'm gonna have to call you crazy because I'm pretty good at judging people. John is one of the coolest people I've ever met, and I'm gonna tell you what, John. I don't hand that out very easy, man, because I know goddamn well I'm one of the coolest people on this planet. So if I say somebody's one of the coolest motherfuckers I ever met, John, I'm telling you, pat yourself on the back because I've been around too many people. I don't hand that compliment out, and we'll see you guys later.
My man, be brave, be brave, boy. We like peas in a pod. We like peas in a pod there. Me and be brave. Johnny, what you want to do today?
Whatever needs to be done. We gotta get that garage down in the back. That's for sure.
All right, you want to cut that? You got the weed and all that, right?
You brought it back over here, the battery.
It's a battery in that weed, I thought.
That one's dead.
Oh, it is. It's a charger right there, right? Look, it's on the floor right there, I think. See it? You don't see it?
Sure.
Huh?
No, I don't see it, but that's what I'm trying to do. Get that down. And
Look on the floor. It should be a battery. Right there. No, it's right there. Where's the charger? Look
That's the
around.
glory you was talking about for the front.
Oh, look up there in the front. It's somewhere up there. See it? It's a DeWalt charger. Get it? DeWalt charger. Guys, what y'all put Johnny Boy to do today? I let the audience decide. What you want him to cut grass, paint? What should we do? Cut grass, paint. It's 95 degrees outside. You want me to put him outside to cut grass, paint? What else could you do? Clean, mop. You want to mop?
Yesterday, I was trying to go get my card and go get my clothes.
Oh, you gotta get your food stamp card today.
Like, I'm going to do that, and I gotta get my clothes and get this damn thing activated.
You gotta get your clothes from what else? The Salvation Army. Why did you leave your shit there?
Why would I take it and don't have nowhere to put it?
Didn't you know you were coming over here? Why you just didn't bring
I
it?
knew my uncle said that, he'd let me stay with him for a couple of days and shit like that.
But you know, if your uncle only gonna let you stay for a couple of days, why the hell would you?
It wasn't like a couple of days. He said he was gonna let me stay, and then at the last minute, when we were gonna go pick up my stuff, he left me there.
He did what?
That's what he did.
He left you where?
When I came out, he said, "Hey."
Wait a minute. So you get to the Salvation Army? If that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And he took you to the Salvation Army to pick up your stuff.
Yeah.
And then what happened?
When I came out with my bags, he was gone.
No bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he left your ass. So he like ghosted your ass.
And went to his house a couple times and knocked on the door. Still was car outside. And he acted like he didn't hear me knocking, so I had to figure some shit out.
Damn. So is that why you was sleeping on the train and shit?
Yeah.
God damn, boy. And so how many days did you do this shit before you decided to come over here?
Probably like 3 or 4 days. When my phone and shit got taken when I was sleeping on the train, I was like, that's it.
So you gonna sleep on the train instead of just coming over here?
It's a little bit more than that, you know.
What is it? I'm curious. You know, I'm just asking.
You know, my peoples who are my family was going to help me, and they didn't.
They didn't help you?
Nah, they said that they was going to look out and stuff like that, and they didn't.
But why do you think they didn't look out for you?
Because they know that I know people like you and Andrew who I can make a little bit of money for. Like do a little bit of work, make a little bit of money and stuff like that. And then when I tell them no, they want me to buy them drinks and shit like that. And I'd be like, nah, you know, I gotta take care of myself and getting my shit in order or whatever. They don't like it. They just thought that, you know, that I was going to fund them for their escapades and the shit that they wanted to do.
Oh, what, they wanted money from you?
Not necessarily money. Like when I was with Junior or whatever, right? You know, I went and worked with Andrew and shit, like, stuff like that. I made like maybe $140, you know. Now once like, hey, I gotta pay my phone bill and shit like that, and I gotta go, you know, buy my hygiene stuff and take care of myself or whatever, right? And Jim was like, man, you know, you gotta kick me something and shit like that, you know. So I went and bought him a couple beers or whatever, bought him a vape and shit like that. Cause that's
a vape.
Yeah, he don't smoke cigarettes no more. He vapes now.
Okay.
And I thought that was good enough, shit like that, and bought a little food or whatever. And then he kept on asking for more, and I'm like, bro, I can't do that. I gotta, you know, take care of me. And he was like, man, you gotta go. That's when I called my Uncle Julius.
So he put your ass out.
Yep.
Damn. So, but why did he take you to? I guess he took you to the shelter to really just get rid of your ass.
Probably was the case, but you know, once they had bought my things out and stuff like that, they was like, okay, you no longer part of the program, and I was like, damn, that's fucked up.
He had left your ass.
Yeah. So I was like, hey, can y'all hold my stuff for me? And they was like, yeah, we can hold it for 7 days. But
that's why your shit is there, because you thought he was gonna be there waiting on you.
Exactly.
And so then you had to go back inside, like, wait a minute, my ride left me.
Exactly.
Damn. Have you talked to him since then?
I just told you I went to his house and knocked on his door, and he didn't answer the door. I tried to call him, he didn't answer my call.
And what? That's
my Uncle Julius, my mother's brother.
Your mother's brother. Okay,
Yeah.
damn. And he didn't answer the fucking door. Jesus Christ, bro.
And I'm like, he at least could answer the door.
You knew he was there though? How you know he was there?
Because his car was out front. You remember Uncle Julius? He used to live in my mom's basement. Kind of heavy-set guy, light skin. Bald head. He might have fixed your car once or twice. The Lord, remember that gray car that you had?
I'm trying to think.
You've seen him before.
So where does he live now?
He got his own place in Suitland. He got an apartment there.
Damn.
He was in the army or whatever, and they gave him his benefits for being in the army for 100 years.
Oh, he was in the army and
Yeah,
shit.
he used to smoke crack. And he got off the crack and got his shit together. And, you know, they gave him his apartment and shit like that.
Yeah. Damn, it's crazy as a motherfucker.
But that's what I'm feeling, trying to get the phone on, get my shit from the Salvation Army, get my food stamp card. That's the gist of it.
Man, it's, you know, sometimes I just be looking at shit.
Then I can put my focus on getting the basement together.
What you do today?
What you asked me to do. Said take the clothes, the comforter shits.
You took it up there to the big house? To the big house?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. You took that shit up there? Okay. You remember that. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's what I need you to do. What else I need you to do?
He was like, he was gonna bring the blower, so I got all the trash up out
You see the blower right there? Get the blower right there.
Got all the trash out the front, stuff like that. Left the leaves there.
You see the blower?
Went down there, put some more of that bleach on the stuff, and need a real mop to make that really work.
Yeah. Right now, all I got is just Swiffer mop, right?
So I started to take that stuff off and set it out back, but I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that.
Don't get ahead of yourself, young man. Don't get ahead of yourself, young man.
I'm trying to do.
I'm looking. Go ahead. What you say?
Said that's what I'm trying to do because I need that little $60. This is almost the 7th when they give me the rest of them. I can get some water.
Hey, look, there's some food right here. You see that blue bag right there? You can have all that food right there.
What
You
is
see it?
Yeah,
You see that food?
I do, but I'm not gonna be able to cook it because there ain't no pots and pans there.
I hate niggas cooking in my houses, so ain't none of this shit you can eat without cooking it.
Nah, I mean, I was gonna go like to the 7-Eleven and get one of those cold cut sandwiches. A
What?
couple of those.
Why don't you go buy a loaf of bread?
That too. That's what I'm getting at. And, the sandwich meat, I gotta keep that cool.
Yeah, right.
I just want to go to the 7-Eleven, swipe the junk, get me a couple sandwiches, and there you go. A gallon of water.
Gallon of water.
Yeah.
I got some water, man. You want to take some water with you? Huh?
Should I come back for that? But I need to go get my shit because I need to wash my ass.
You got same clothes on from yesterday?
Yeah, I don't got all my shit is there.
Damn.
And I need to get in contact with Drew and tell him that I'm out. He's talking about
Who is Drew?
Drew is a fellow such as yourself. He my old supervisor. Remember I was telling you he do the sound work and all that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Do a couple of gigs with him. I can make some money with him and shit like that. Go blasting fucking clothes.
Look, your first priority is my shit,
I know that.
right? You know what I'm saying?
I know that.
Like, you get my shit done first. All these other fucking niggas come next. Unless you want to live with Drew. You think Drew will let your ass live with him?
No. I know that already. But yeah, I do know.
Damn. I'm looking for something. Give me 1 second, Johnny. I want you to hear this, Johnny. Maybe I can't find it. Fuck it if I can't find it. I can't fucking find it. The fuck happened? What's it like this? I'm looking for some, Johnny. Shit. Where the weed? It's a weed eater right here, right?
I'm not sure. It might be.
Go look in the front. See if it's a weed eater in the front. It should be a weed eater right there. You can you can start right here. Cutting grass. I haven't cut the grass right here. I don't give a shit if it's hot. Fuck it. He can work in the heat. You guys think so? He can work in the heat. Damn. Huh. The fuck? I was looking for something. Give me 1 second. Fuck.
fucked up. You see it?
You know, it's at 160.
No. It's
I checked out front. I checked in the closet. Not out there.
there's a big like floor to like a 7 feet mirror. You know what that mirror is right there?
Oh, front.
Look behind them. No, look behind the mirror. Yeah, look behind the mirror. I was looking for something. I can't find it. Oh, man, this shit pisses me off. Right here. This shit pisses me off. Let me put the link in the chat while I'm waiting on this. What's up, Aaron C? Man, it's pissing me the fuck off. You find it?
Oh, it's hanging brooms right there.
Shit, where the fuck is that weed eater at? The fuck is that weed eater, man? You don't like that shit? It sells some water. Some good shit, bro.
That's an acquired taste.
Huh?
It's an acquired taste.
You think so?
It's like mineral water.
Yeah, I can see that. Hand me a beer, Johnny. Yeah, Johnny, hand me a beer right there. Any more beer left?
Yeah, it's 3 of them left.
You got 3 beers left?
Yeah, they cold. This one isn't.
Which one cold?
The other one.
Nice, all right. Damn. This shit is blowing me right here, bro.
When you trying to find the video, can't find it.
Yeah, I got so many fucking videos.
I know what you mean.
What is it? Let me see. I think it's this. Let's see. Is this it? The fuck is it? I need to start labeling these shits better. You know that?
They'll definitely be easier to find.
I may have them somewhere labeled, but. I mean, so many. Oh, damn. So many fucking clips. Let me see. If it's here, Johnny. This is where it is. You want to cut grass? Wait, it gotta be a fucking weed eater around here, man. You looked outside in the front, by the front door?
That's what I'm about to do now.
Might put his ass to work in the sun, working real hard. You won't have the desire to drink anything. You'd be too fucking tired. You just go to sleep. What do you think about that? I work his ass real hard. You just go to sleep and shit. The heat would purify the spirit. Yeah, maybe I'll work his ass real hard outside. It's 95 degrees here in DC. If I work his ass real good, maybe you go to sleep and that'd be a beautiful thing. Man, I wanted to share this video with you. I'm looking for it.
Hotter and hotter.
Yeah. Johnny boy, put your headphones on, my nigga. You got them on?
Yeah.
Yeah, we better rock. Oh shit.
Oh, you finna go live on the other one?
Now this is a black dude that called.
Listen, I'm blessed. I'm blessed that you're a brother. You call me back, man.
You know what I mean? It was a black dude that called me right before he died. Man, I've had, Johnny, I've had like several people die in the last, I don't know, 6 months or so. Just dying from cancer. This one dude said, yo, he basically was a guinea pig. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, you were trying trial drugs.
Man, he said they were basically just, doing surgeries on him, making money, hundreds of thousands of dollars and stuff like that. And meanwhile, it's not helping him at all.
Yeah, that's exactly why I wanted the students practicing on me.
Did you take the vax?
I had to.
You did?
Yeah.
What you had to take the vax for?
To keep my job at the time.
What job you had?
That's when I was working as a porter at the Highline.
Where?
Yeah, before they put me on as maintenance. And they was like, because it's ran by the DC government, even though it was privatized, I had to take the vaccination because I was going to people's houses and stuff.
How many shots you took?
I just took the one and the booster one.
So you took 2?
Yeah.
God damn, boy. You fucking vaccine shit?
I had to.
Why you ain't claim a religious exemption?
It was like, look, if you don't take this, you fired. That's basically.
But why you telling my religion? I'm the halal or some shit.
I wanted my job.
Huh?
Fuck that.
So you willing to take the vax to keep your job?
I mean, I had to. I never caught COVID. Never had it. Only thing is
how much were you making at the time?
Minimum wage $17.50.
Damn. Did you want to take that shit or you didn't really care? You like, shit, I take that shit.
Nah, I mean, I heard about, the Johnson & Johnson and the other one and making people sick and all this shit. I didn't. I just rolled the dice on it.
To keep your job?
Yeah.
Damn. And now you don't have that job anymore?
Nope. Thinking about going back to it.
You think they will hire you? Why don't you think they'll hire you? You think they'll probably replace your ass with Hispanics?
Oh, I know they did.
So how the hell you gonna go back to a job that your ass been replaced?
They might have something else for me to do. But at a different location. I mean, it's just like going to apply for Target or Walmart, either they gonna hire you or they not. But a job that you had before, you stand a better chance of getting it back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Black women in this. No, the black women don't come up on the panel. I think since I came up with that term board mammy, the black women won't come up on my panel. Very rarely does a black woman, other than questions to ponder, very few black women will come up here. I think they like hanging out in DJ Hamp's audience better, to be honest with you. Hey, did you get paid to take the vax?
They gave you like a $25 gift card to like Safeway or something.
Oh, you got $25?
Gift card.
No shit.
They were doing that, but it was mostly for like the people in the community. It just so happened I worked there, and they was like, hey, you gotta take the vaccine. And I was like, yeah, give me the shot or whatever, so I can keep my job. And they gave me the $25 gift card, but I wasn't supposed to get that though because I was an employee.
Oh, but you did get the $25 though.
Yeah. But I know when I was standing in the shelter, they were giving people $30 Visa cards.
No shit, $30?
Yeah.
I know niggas signing up for that shit like hand over fist.
A lot of them did.
Nigga, what?
A lot of them OD too.
$30 in this ghetto is like $1 million. They're like $500,000 for sure. How many people you think today's the first, second. But in about 15 days, it won't be 100 people within like a tenth of a square mile with $100, $30. Shit. That nigga line up like a motherfucker, huh? End of the month, $30, $25 gift card, nigga, what? To take that shot? What? Everybody else taking it?
Yeah, but that's over and done with now. They don't know what's something new now.
Yeah. Damn. For a fucking minimum wage job.
Hey.
Jesus fucking Christ, my nigga.
Mm.
I'm gonna tell a little thing you had.
No. I'm light on the air conditioning. This motherfucker got to keep the utilities low. They shit. You know, man, Pepco high as fuck. You know that?
I do.
You know why it's high? Huh? You know why it's high? Let me show you why Pepco big. Let me show you. You fucking blacks.
Cost of energy.
And I ain't gonna say this is the main reason, but this is one of the reasons. Like, they won't let the blacks get their utilities and shit cut off. Fucking amazing, bro.
Oh, so they put the extra cost on you.
Hell yeah. Look at this shit. So this is the Negro that was gonna run for mayor. He almost was the mayor. But the worst black beat him out. And so, like, they all like DC Utilities, Pepco, like DC, Pepco, poor utilities, shutoffs. Look at this shit. Look at that. DC Council passes emergency legislation pausing Pepco you shut off. DC temporarily halts electricity shut off. Man, like, shit, they pass all the fucking costs on to me, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's why I told I tell you while I was over there yesterday. I said, you tell that fucking nigga don't leave that fucking air conditioner on. What? Put that motherfucker on.
Said he was gonna cut it off, cut it down, or cut it off when you leave out. Black dude. Shit like that.
But anyway, you're gonna get to cutting grass. I just want to make sure it's just spotless in there.
It's definitely clean.
The living room, from the time you walk in to the time
The kitchen.
the kitchen, the living room,
Everything's clean.
the bathroom upstairs,
That's sweet.
the hallway, all this shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Throw those TVs up though. They still right there.
All right. I'm gonna call bulk trash for that, so that is fine. And you took those mattress covers up $35.19?
Yeah.
Damn, boy, you on top of shit. I give you that.
I'm trying to get this shit done.
Yeah. All right. You see the blower, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna take that with you to Upsall.
Yeah.
Right? And there is a what the fuck is that charger, bro?
I got the charger right here.
Let me see.
I'm charging the battery.
Oh, you found it.
for
Okay,
the-
charge
for
the
the weed
battery.
eater.
All right.
And for the blower, charge it up and get that done. Before I go on my journey to do that, I'm gonna drop that stuff all up there.
Clean up the front porch. Why don't you sweep that front porch?
I already
right
did
there?
that. Did that yesterday.
Oh man, all right. That would keep him busy for sure. Trying to keep your ass busy so you don't get to drinking and shit.
I'm not drinking. That's the last thing on my mind, dude.
Somebody said I got a butler, Johnny boy.
You so to speak.
Shit, you got a place to live. It's an even exchange. Somebody said they got infinity electricity. And see, this is one of the things that the landlords are going to bump into. In New York, where they pass their rent freeze, one of the things that they are not taking into account. And Johnny boy, you've seen this many, many times. Johnny boy,
What's that?
how many people were on your Section 8 voucher, your mama's Section 8 voucher, versus how many people live there? At any given time, did y'all have more people living there that was on the voucher?
Yeah.
How many people?
Two of my uncles stayed with us for a couple years.
2 men. Okay, so that's 2. Anybody
My
else?
aunt came. Two of my aunts came. Then they rolled out.
Okay, all right. So there's 2 aunts and 2 uncles. Anybody else?
That was it.
So now, I don't know how your lease was with your mama lease was with Section 8. More than likely, she paid her own utilities, right?
She did.
Okay. Did she pay water?
She paid.
She paid everything?
She paid all the utilities.
Right,
Just
right.
helped her with the rent.
Right.
And so in New York, the landlord covers the heat and the water. Think about it, like how many, if you got a building with 100 apartments, you're gonna have 100 meters,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Or you're gonna have 1 meter and just send one bill.
It's
Right.
different water costs because it's
Right,
a
right,
building.
right. So you just have one bill for the water coming into the building. Same thing, I think, with the oil. I think they use oil or something like that. So the landlord pay for the oil, the people turn their thermostats up, whatever, cool, heat the place. So you had, at any given time, 2 additional people living in the house,
Yeah.
right? And they were taking showers, correct?
Yeah, of course they was.
Were they washing their hands and shit like that?
And then the price goes
They
up.
were pissing, shitting, everything in the toilets, right?
Right.
And that's not free. Right. And so that is a problem with New York City rent freezes from the landlord perspective. Is that as you shrink the quantity of available subsidized or rent regulated housing stock in New York, you're gonna see people doubling up in their apartments. But the landlord is not pricing his apartment for 5 people in a 2-bedroom using the bathroom all day, taking showers, pissing, shitting, washing their hands. Maybe 2 different families cooking 2 different meals where they gotta wash dishes twice. That is where the landlord is really gonna catch it, because that is primarily the way immigrants live, right? There's a lot of people in the household. You're collecting rent for a 2-bedroom apartment, but it's 8 people live there.
Sure.
The water usage that they use alone would basically make it not even worth renting to them. You understand what I'm saying?
I get it.
Right. You've seen this. We've seen this, right?
The rent cost gotta go up.
But we've seen it. But he just froze the rent, so the cost can't go up. But we've seen this, right? Right.
Every day.
We've seen this every day. Like, so this is what the people who pass these laws, they don't understand what happens on the ground, which makes it very difficult to rent to these people, because you're renting to an illusion. If someone comes to you, and you've heard me say this on the channel a lot of times, a guy will call in. I say, yo, you got a baby mama? Is she coming with you? Be honest, right?
Yeah.
Be honest. I know you got a baby mama. Be honest. And then they'll finally say, yeah, I got a baby mama, this or that. And so you have to price it based upon the amount of utilities that they're going to use, right?
For sure.
Right. This is that dynamic pricing that I'm trying to teach landlords how to incorporate. Right now, most landlords are static pricing. I have dynamic pricing. You know what the difference is?
Charge for the unforeseen.
Look, I charge for the same room, I charge different pricing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Same fucking room. If a black ass yellow motherfucker call me looking for a room, I charge more. And I need my money more regularly, like every week. If someone that sounds decent calls me, I charge a little bit less, because I want to lure that person in. Does that make sense?
Longer stay.
And they're more likely to get along with the other people in the house.
And easier to when it's time for them to go.
When it's time to go, it's time to go. That is correct. It's very
battle and fight them.
That is very important. It's very important. Yo, let me see if I got the phone call. I'm surprised no one's fucking calling me today. Hey, what's up, man? How's it going? Oh, I can't complain. You on your way?
Hello?
Yeah. Hello, you on your way?
Yes, I am. I should be there between 12:05 and 12:10.
All right, just give me a call when you get there, okay?
Okay, sounds great.
So I cleaned this room up, Johnny, right? And there were a bunch of piss bottles in the room, Johnny. So what do you think I did with the piss bottles, Johnny?
On the way.
Any other answers? What I do with the piss bottles, Johnny?
You use them, throw them on the dude who did it. I don't know.
I saved them.
Showed it to him.
So I can use them. If I ever need to use them, I can, you know, in the next couple of weeks, I may have to use them. I got ready-made piss bombs.
Yeah.
Them bitches been fermenting like a motherfucker.
Sure they have.
So I just saved them. But I left them in this room where these guys coming to see the room right now.
That was out.
This guy who just called me to see the room. So, yeah, I'm using piss bottles. Bottles full of piss. I'm gonna drop them on a nigga when he act crazy. Put it in his clothes, his suitcase or something.
That's some shit on this thing. So bad.
What? You think so?
I know so. Anyway, I gotta get this shit done.
You better get shit done. Wait a minute. Let me take this phone call for you, dude, before you go. He almost there, you know what I mean? It's hot as fuck right now.
I know.
Yeah, let me call this dude. Fuck. See if anyone else calling me shit. The shit off of this dude southeast. What do you think?
That's where you want to be at.
Offer me cheap ass rate. See if he can move over here. What you think?
Yeah.
What the fuck you doing? You can't activate that phone yet.
I told you, you gotta get the card. You gotta get the Wi-Fi.
You need the Wi-Fi in here?
Yeah, so at least I'm just putting my cash out.
All right. Let me call this dude, man. Shit. Close.
Hello?
Yeah, hey, what's up, man? Are you close yet?
No, I'm actually just now getting on the train now. I'm not too far though.
Okay.
Few stops away.
Okay, no problem. Just call me when you get close, all right? Thank you.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
Let me just see how this goes. Santa was in treatment? No, we don't have any pest problems. No piss. No piss. You know, guys, I gotta get out of here. I'm fucked up. I'm drunk. This nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga, John Carl. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era faded, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, and living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted it. Back in the day, the rock had them wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. new drop Scott, I'm slow with the head unload. I'm close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am a nigga. I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am that nigga.